Hey, Chad. It's that day. It's a big day for a lot of people. Yours truly included. Oh, we're going to have so much to go over. Unexpected. I mean, well, okay. Expected if you were in the loop. But I've been busy. So definitely out of the loop. But yeah, we got some big things. Big things. Specifically, I woke up this morning and a buddy of mine was like, hey, Scary put out a video going over 11th rules. I was like, oh, that's cool. Maybe I'll watch it. Maybe I'll learn a little bit. Maybe I'll try some stuff out and then I'll think about it. And then, like, everyone basically dropped videos, which usually means we have a fun situation. And in this situation, we have the actual full-blown rules drop. So at the very least, the core rules. And the core rules are important, of course. I mean, it's the core of the game. It's a little bit of an understatement to consider them anything else. We don't have the competitive. We don't have, like, the, outside of what we watched on the live stream, we don't have the full breadth of matched play. We don't have the cards. We don't have any of that. I'm going to have to pre-order the hell out of that because, again, like I said, the tournament is a week after. 1 week after the actual full release of the game, which means I'm going to have to go pick up those cards and learn and master them in a week to the best of my ability. So that's going to be super fun for me. Super fun. So much goddamn work to do these next couple weeks. Because, like most things in Games Workshop games, this is pretty much a legal document. This is you learning the ins and outs of rules, the situations in which one thing will happen before the other. There's so much going on. So much going on. And they've even laid it out a lot more like what you would expect a sort of, I guess, legal document to feel like, because they started adding in, if we can get to it, these components. Like chapter and section. Hey, you want to learn more about this thing we brought up over here? You got to check this chapter and section. Chapter 2, subsection 2. Chapter 16, chapter 15. So, like, yeah. Your OC is modified to 0, chapter 2, section 2. Well, guess what? Chapter 2, section 2. I think. Yeah. Because it's all under profiles, which includes OC. Feels good. I can guarantee you, as they are Games Workshop, we're going to find a lot of, like, moments of, well, why didn't they organize this so I could find it easier? But that's a whole thing. But holy crap. Not only that, I have my whole box of tricks set up next to me so that as we go through things, and this is the best way I know for myself how to learn rules. This has always been the way that I learn rules. Reading these pieces of paper and not seeing it in action, not great for me. I'll understand it, and I'll know kind of where to look. I'll be like, oh, well, that should be under the Battle Shock section. But if I'm trying to retain information, it has always been the case to actually do it. So I've got some rulers. I've got a bunch of models. I've got some terrain set off to the side. I've got my little dice tray right there. We're going to actually do some testing to conceptualize what is supposed to happen. Because, like, I get fast rolls, but I do also want to see it in physical action. Fast rolls is quite an interesting concept. I mean, it's been the case for a little while now. But simplifying, I feel like fast roll armor saves is actually pretty big. The idea of splitting things into groups, like tiers in your squad, and then just rolling all of your dice feels really interesting. And it's going to work, I think, a little oddly in some squads, because there are, of course, squads in the rules that have different levels of saves, including invulnerable saves and all that pre-exist in sequence. So it sounds like, like, oh, I've done 10 wounds to you. And then you, as the opposing player, go, okay, I'm rolling dice. Sequence is this into this into this. But we're going to look at that as we get into it. It affects me slightly because I have things like Thousand Suns, where I've got a Reaper cannon, I've got an Icon Bearer, I've got a Sorcerer in the squad, and that's all before the character. So, like, that's kind of cool. But when you have squads like, let's say, like Neophytes, where you've got 2 different heavy weapons, 2 different light weapons, a bunch of regular guns, or you've got, like, the truly weird ones, like Legionaries, who will have a heavy, a medium, a specialty melee, a sorcery type person, a squad lead type person. Like, you've got way more things going on. Maybe one guy has, like, another specialty weapon. You've got the kill team styles, like the Nemesis Claw, where you've got an Icon Bearer. You've got all that stuff, and it's all individual units, all with their own statings, well, similar statings, but different gear. You kind of have to pick all the dice up in pre-sequence, unless maybe they let you roll and then just go through it as you think you would. We'll have to find out. It's a big thing. But like I said, I learned by doing. So as we go through the rules, I kind of want to run tests, look at the theory of it. And again, this is all in, like, the 10th edition indexing, because we don't know what's changing there. We don't know what internal indexing rules are going to get shifts or adjustments. There's going to be a lot. We can assume some, like pistol is going to be called close quarters, stuff like that. We don't know where the cleave stat's going to be put. We don't know if that's going to adjust other things, like how certain large monsters have sweeping attacks. Maybe those attack numbers get reduced and a cleave number gets attached to the top of it. I don't know. I have no clue. But at the very least, we'll be able to see some of the things we can at least visualize and maintain going forward. So, let's start at the beginning. So you've got all the basics. This is usually just fluff. Hey, this is how you can look and feel when playing the game. Don't worry. We're, like, all-inclusive. Sure. Got to put forward the image. Referencing all that stuff here. This is all basic. This is whatever. The true start of the book is here, in my opinion. Armies, this is just terminology checks. It looks good. I watched most of Scari's video, and we're going to go through it ourselves based on it and figure out everything. So, like, this is all just terminologies. Armies, we get, right? 1-1. What you have is an army. Within it, you're referred to as the controlling player for your army, stuff like that. Units and models, this is a breakdown that we can recognize. If it's a unit, it's the overall. If it's a model, it's an individual within the unit. Of course, units can just be one model, and models can just be, like, one unit. But then if you have a 10-man unit, it's 10 models in a unit. So if something calls for models, that's where it'll be. If something has an upgrade and it's this model, only that model gets it, not the unit. These are kind of course, holdovers from 10th. Fully familiar with this. But let's double check, because there's something I don't want to do here, which is to skim this and just go, I understand this because this is a thing that I understand. Because there could be a little bit extra that I don't want to skip over. So a unit can contain one or more models. Good. These models move and fight together as a single group. Yep. Most models have a base, sure, which is also part of the model for all rules purposes. That could be important for visual, because I believe bases were added into LOS, right? I'm not crazy. Bases were part of LOS in 40K. I think bases weren't part of technically LOS for vision in Kill Team. It was only about whether or not you had cover. But this would be if your base is kind of around a corner, as far as I can tell, unless that changes when we get there, you could see the unit. So if you can see a piece of my, giant Fulgrim base, then you can see Fulgrim. I'm assuming at this point. Rules sometimes affect friendly or enemy models or units, which are also defined as follows. Friendly units or models are those in your army. So, yeah, enemy units and models in your opponent's. Simple enough. If a rule affects units or models without specifying that they are friendly or enemy, they affect everything, I guess. The rules affect any model, any unit or model, regardless. Okay. So things like, I'm guessing, Deadly Demise, stuff like that. When an effect or ability applies to a unit, it applies to every model in that unit. Okay. When an effect or ability applies to a unit. Yeah. Yeah. So all simple. Everything we kind of already know. It's all right there. Active player and opposing player. So this is our new terminology for you and your opponent. This is specific, though, per player turn. I'm guessing it, again, legal documentation. It determines that it's my player turn, therefore I am the active player, and you are the opposing player. And then when it's your turn, and you are the active player, and I am the opposing player. So if there are rules that are like, if you're the opposing player, you can do this, that's when that triggers. At any given time, one player is the active, yep. Opposing, yep, which changes throughout the battle, but both players are always one or the other. Whenever a player becomes the active player, their opponent becomes the opposing. While it's neither's player turn at the start of the battle, the player who takes the first turn in each battle round is the active. While it is a player's turn, that player is the active player. For each of the following, each time a unit is selected to move, that unit's controlling player is the active player until that move ends. Each time a unit is selected to shoot or selected to fight, that unit's controlling player is the active player. So even within player turns, if we're in the fight phase and it's my turn to fight, I am considered active and you are considered opposing. So it's back and forth then, it looks like. So that's fine. Measuring distance. Distances in Warhammer are measured in inches. Yep, you can measure distances whenever you want. Yep. Don't be a dick and say you can't measure without knowing what you're going to do. There are games that actually enforce that. There are games where you're not allowed to put a ruler on the table till you're about to do something. When a rule refers to model's position in relation to anything else in the battlefield, unless otherwise stated, measure to or from the closest part of the model's base. So already we're in a fun place. We are in a fun place right now. You are supposed to measure from the closest part of that model's base. We're already at the place of, what if it doesn't have a base? So I'm guessing we're going to get to a point where it talks about the hull as being the override for a base. But it also feels like model's base or hull, depending on situation, should have been here. Just tiny little legalese BS, but we'll see how it works out. You will require some 6-sided dice. Cool. Often abbreviated as D6. Dude, I want them to bring other types of dice into the game outside of D3. Like D3, D6, and then just be like, once in a while, be like, roll a D20. I'd love it. At the same time, it would also be kind of dumb. There are many ways to roll dice, including 2, 3, and so on. 2+ means the result of 2 or more. 3 more means 3 or more. Yeah, we recognize this. 1 through 3, 4 through 6, and so on. Any result within a specified range will interact with the rule stated. Yep. 2d6, 3d6, and so on. Roll that number of d6s. Yep. D3, roll 1d6 and have the result, rounding up. So this is the similar concept. 1 and 2, 3 and 4, 5 and 6. So there are some people I've met where they roll they're like, I have to roll a D3, and they roll a dice, and then they tell me the number, and it's not the number I'm looking at. I don't see it. I'm like, wait, what do you mean that? And they're like, oh, I roll it like this. And I'm like, We do have one guy, though, at the store who has physical D6s that are only 1 through 3. It's 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3. And it gets me every time. He'll roll a 3 and be like, all right, that's 3. And I'm like, no, sir, that's 2. And he's like, no. These are actual D3s. Oh, you bastard. D6 plus 1, 2d6 plus 3, so on, is the amount of d6, and then the addition. Fully understood. Fully understood. This is easy enough. Roll stated number and add the result. Yep. Leadership rolls. To make a leadership roll for a unit, its controlling player rolls 2d6 if the result is equal to or greater. This screwed me over in one of my earlier tournaments in 10th when someone thought it was equal to or less with orcs, because that makes orcs unfathomably strong in leadership rolls because of how bad their number is. And I should have won that match had I caught on with what he was doing, like by turn 2. He did a lot that was wrong, though, and I definitely lost to him because of my lack of experience to be able to call bullshit. That, not gonna lie, Peacock, that is a skill in 40k, is to understand enough of the rules and the interactions to call someone on their bullshit. Because it's not about them bullshitting either. That's the crazy part here. It wasn't about bullshitting. It was about misunderstanding. I played against a pretty active and good player. They were declaring that you had to roll under the leadership roll to succeed on battle shocks, and orc leadership is like 8 or 9 or something. So that's nigh unfailable. Like, you have to roll crazy good to fail that leadership. So he was getting his cleanses off because his units weren't battle shocking for like 2 whole turns. And then I was like, dude, you didn't have... based on what you rolled, you should have been battle shocked with like all your army, because I was playing Chaos Knights. I had knocked all of his guys down, like 1 or 2 people, so they all had to take battle shocks at -2 from that point forward. And he was just like, pass, 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 pass. And I was like, God, how is he passing them all? So one part of my brain was like, I've always been told that battle shocks never matter and that they never really trigger and that it's the worst element of the game right now. So I assumed that he was passing until he rolled 2 dice, I saw physically that he rolled a 4. And I was like, he was like, pass. I was like, bullshit. No, you did not. But yeah, still, it's equal to or higher than the number on your stat sheet. It sounds like it, but at the top of the game, he was also like, he was handed most of that army because he wanted to play orcs in 10th. He was handed the army because he was returning to the game for 10th, and his friends pieced together what he had. Dude, I need to see what they change about NIDS. What's up, Robury? Battle shock rolls. This is huge. This is actually huge. What's up? So, Battle Shock now, if that roll succeeds, does not become Battle Shocked. If that roll fails, it becomes Battle Shocked. So that's just similar. You basically are debuffed. While you're Battle Shocked, all the same things. Objective control 0. Yep, good. Its controlling player cannot target with stratagems. Yep, how it is. This is big. I haven't heard, but that's what I imagine we're going to be getting to it. Or are you talking about like a Necron rule for revives specifically, or the overall return units to or return models to a unit situation? Because we're not quite there yet. It is not eligible to start an action. That's how it is now. The big thing, in my opinion, it cannot complete actions. Oh, yeah, that's right. It's a overall return model, right? For revive functions, it's healing. It's not about revive, it's healing. So healing returns models in much the same way that I think AOS does it. So, yeah, it's based on health. So if you have like 3 health units and you heal 2, 1 gets up at 2. So it's pretty much everything has like the Necron rule at that point. What in the game do you think does that? Is there stuff in the game that's like heal 1 for like 2 health units? Where does that rule apply? Because I know with Thousand Suns, I can put an Exalted Sorcerer in a Rubric squad right now, and that Exalted Sorcerer can bring back individual units. Which leads to another trick To my understanding, in one of the new detachments, the Thousand Sun Sorcerer, if he succeeds on a cast, heals. Does it heal him? I need to double check that. It either heals him or it heals the unit, and if it heals the unit, that's goddamn amazing. So he heals his unit. That's pretty big. That's actually nice. But yeah, this is huge. Any action it has started cannot be completed, because this is currently not the situation. So much of the Battle Shock change makes me want to go back to playing Chaos Knights, but I'm really enjoying my Mercurial list for Emperor's Children. So hopefully not a lot changes. No, yeah, Rubury. I picked up on that, but I'm also trying to think of where that would apply, right? So the Thousand Sun thing works. How do medics work in Guardsmen? Is it like heal D3, at which point you're basically bringing back D3 guys? I know, what is it? It's GSC. Their regular neophytes bring individuals back. I don't know. So the big thing though about that is you can bring back models. I think you can do it now too. So you could have the regular sorcerer leader of a Rubric squad die. He has 3 wounds, so it brackets differently. So you could have him die, and then he can come back. But I'm pretty sure he's considered a Rubric Marine, which means if the Exalted Sorcerer is in the squad, it would work anyway. I don't think they killed the rule of 3, but we'll find out. I think the rule of 3 is going to be a whole other thing. Yeah, leader and bodyguard being stuck together is interesting. I don't know if it's a good thing necessarily. I preferred the flexibility of it. But at the same time, it doesn't change too much, because it does look like you lose the buffs once the guy's dead, but we'll get to that point. I like this, and I like the fact that the Battle Shock is a permanent debuff, which requires you to then test out of it. This was a change my friends and I were talking about for like most of 10th as what needed to happen. So see also, I don't really care right now. Data sheets. I'm pretty sure we're all fairly familiar. Names of units, the stats, move characteristics, can be set up on the battlefield, but otherwise cannot be moved if this. Toughness, resilience, saves, invulnerables. Not all models have invulnerable saves, but if they do, it will be listed here. Wait, are they putting in save? Is this going to be on datasheets now? They're going to actually have a stat that's marked in save? Cool. Because this was kind of bullshit in 10th. Most units have this in their abilities section or underneath their regular save, but then there were some units in the game where it was like their ability, like hidden in an ability list as like, oh, by the way, invulnerable of 4+ here. It's like, oh, you bastard. Presented as a dice. Yep. Wounds. Done. Models wounds reduced to 0 fewer and models destroyed. Sure. Leadership always has a plus. You have to roll the number or the plus. Objective control. I think, yeah, we got this. That's the one thing about the heals, yeah, that you have to kill the character to stop the revives of Necrons, which also means you have to kill, I think you have to actually physically kill an entire neophyte squad for the same thing, although I think maybe the icon is the thing that causes the revives. I'm not sure. Many units have abilities that may apply during the game. These will be described here. Weapons, sure. Range, we get. Attacks, we get. Attack dice, blah, blah, blah. Ballistic skill, fully understood. Hey, do you guys think the ballistic skill on Knights and Titanic units are all going to be dropped by 1 so that the points don't have to change? Or what's going to happen there? Presented as dice results. I think they're going to do it. I actually, in a weird way, if Titanic units all get -1 to their ballistic skill, I actually kind of like that. Because consider that it changes nothing about your initial shooting, but it allows you, because most knights, most titans and that type of thing never get access to +1 hit easily. But what ends up happening is you'll be able to get into cover for -1 to hit, and if you could apply another -1 on top of it to get -2. So technically you will go to where you would normally be anyway at a -1, right? I think it might work, but I don't know if they're going to do it, but I think it could be more interesting to just be like, hey man, you're now hitting on 5s because I got a -2 on you. Presented as a dice result. And it's kind of weird. To those who've never been in here before, I go on tangents a lot. It's kind of weird that it feels like it's already prepared to do that, because in the Chaos Knights Codex, the only thing I've ever seen that increases your ability to hit with ranged, it actually physically increases the ballistic skill and not so much the hit. So it's like prepared for that type of situation. Presented as a size. Yep, armor pen. We get it. -1 equals the reduction to the overall armor save damage. Yup. Keywords. Keywords appear in keyword bold. So I'm guessing in other spots, they'll just always have keyword. They'll always be in bold to be like, hey, by the way, this is the keyword. Perfectly fine. Link to one or more units. Yeah, so like infantry, stuff like that. Unit composition, other rules. Section details the number and type of models in the unit. Each of these models will have set default warrior. May also list the other rules, such as which units a leader, blah, 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 warrior options. Yeah, so this is all basic. We get it. At the end of your command phase, if the unit controls an objective, that objective is secured by your army. I'm guessing secured is a new keyword, and I'm guessing this is the new general gist of sticky. So most armies that have sticky will most likely have this. Custom shooter, yeah. Of course, no invulnerable. So if no invulnerable box. I wonder if they add a box or if they just put it underneath like they've been doing. Moving units. Let's see what changes. Because I did skim the Skari video. And it sounds like there's some really cool things that have happened here. There are several types of moves units can make. Defines which units are eligible to make with its maximum distance or setup distances and any conditions that must be met. Each time you move a unit, you can move one or more of its models at one at a time by moving it in a straight line and or rotating it as many times as you want to. To those sitting in chat who have watched people play, a lot of the times what has been occurring in 40k games is people do the bendy ruler trick. Who here has ever seen someone bendy ruler trick? Anyone? Let me see if I can find it. I should have one of these on hand. There we go. I got it. The bendy ruler trick, everyone. So the bendy ruler trick in 40k is you've got a unit that can move, 7 inches, and I've got a fabric ruler. So he can move 7 inches. So if he's going to go around a corner, I do that, right? And then I'll just end over here around like the corner of a building to get there. So bendy ruler tricks, arguably sure, fine, but also weird. Don't do that, please. The new rules are very explicit and very close to Kill Team, where if you have 7 inches of movement, you go, all right, well, this is 3. And then I'm going to do another 3 this way. They want you to do full increment. Like full increment straight lines. Very akin to how Kill Team works. It can move through friendly models, sure. It can be moved through any space its base can fit through. So base is key here. Its base cannot be moved through enemy models. Okay, cool. Yeah. Pretty standard. Its base cannot cross the edge of the battlefield. Yep. So it says this now, but sometimes at tournaments, they'll make kind of adjustments for this if they realize, like, oh, well, there's these units that then can't go these ways on the map, so we don't want them to be trapped there. So yeah, you can, as long as you end fully in the battlefield, you can go around, blah blah blah. We'll see how that happens, how that shakes out. All stated while moving conditions must be met. So that's, we'll have to see what the hell this means. Moving a model in a straight line. Each time you move a model in a straight line, move it horizontally across the battlefield. Measure from the same point on its base at the start and end of that move, and add that distance to any other distance it has moved since its unit began that move. The distance moved cannot be greater than the maximum distance of the move type. So I'm guessing they're letting you do like half-inch increments if you need to. So it's a little less crazy than Kill Team, but if you're playing a person who's like, well, this is 2¼ inches to get here, and if they're trying to like round to like nearest decimal places, you're probably not going to have a good time. Just letting you know that now. Rotating a model. Each time you rotate a model, turn it any amount around the center of its base while keeping it upright. We'll talk about something I noticed about this, and then we'll figure out what the hell that means going forward for a specific type of unit I really want to use going forward, which hopefully the rules are in here for it, and I would really like to see that. Ending a move. After you finish setting up all of the models in a unit and or moving all the models in that unit you want to move, check that all the following apply. If that unit is on the battlefield, it is in coherency. This is actually going to be super fun and also super not fun for some people. No models in that unit are on another model or partway through a surface of a terrain feature. Yep, that's standard. I think we all get that. All stated after moving conditions are met. Okay. If one or more of the conditions are not met, that unit cannot make that move, and its models are returned to their position at the start of the move. Otherwise, after resolving any additional rules after moving section. Yeah, simple. Although taking back a bad move is not something you can easily do in this type of game, because how are you going to perfectly put people back where they started? It's the whole thing. So they show whole number increments here, but I'm assuming you could technically do like half-inch, because they didn't say anything about that. Pile and move, scout moves, move types. They both move 3 inches straight line, 3 inches in another direction for a total of 6. The models can move. So this was big for people. Rotating no longer costs 2 inches. The reduction of 2-inch cost will only be in the hands of flying units who want to go over top of stuff. I wonder what tank... Chat, what tank do you guys think is going to abuse the ever-living hell out of this? Okay. Let's... hang on. Distance... Doomsday Ark, I could see abuse the hell out of this. Every Drakari boat, absolutely. Let me, like I said, I have models on hand, so let's take a look at something. Which model do I want to grab? Let's go with this bad boy. So as it stands right now, in the current rules that they have declared, a knight like this could, you know, the measurements I'm doing here don't matter for the grand scheme of things, but just to kind of show off what's happening. If this is the end of whatever the total move a knight can like this can make is, from the front of its base that you have measured, there it is. And then on the center axis, you rotate, providing you most likely 1.5 to 2 inches of benefit. how long do you think before they change this? Or are walkers going to be different? We'll have to see. Because this feels weird. The more I think about it, this feels weird. I think they do apply the -2 to models that aren't like round for rotation. Because I feel like that's the best way to handle it, is to just be like, all right, well, you're going to lose 2 inches, but you can just rotate. And that's perfectly fine. So, whatever rule instructs you are set up, place its models on the battlefield. You have to be in coherency, ta-da, and you have to be unengaged, ta-da. First deploying, but can happen for other reasons. Well, whenever rule instructs that you set up a unit, place its models on the battlefield. Set up a unit is key. Is reviving considered setting up a unit, at which point it would have to be in coherency and unengaged? We'll have to see at that point. This section explains how to set up your units on the battlefield while doing so. Yep. If you cannot set up all of the models in a unit, remove that unit from the battlefield and return it to the original position within transport, back in strategic reserves, blah, blah, blah. Coherency. This is fun. This is fun for a lot of people. A unit that contains more than one model must be set up and end any of the moves in coherency. A unit in coherency while both of the following is in coherency while both of the following apply for every model. 2 inches horizontally, 5 inches vertically of at least one model. So they got rid of the requirement for 2 inches of 2 if you're above a certain number and replaced it with put your shit in a ball. 9 inches horizontally and 5 inches vertically from every model in that unit. I kind of like this. I feel like too many people have been, if there's too many armies where it's like, oh, I can take 20 of these dudes for 60 points. Let's do it. And then they just have 20 dudes turn 1 strung across the middle of the field. Just fully preventing moves, fully preventing everything until you shoot them 4 times. And then they just lose most of their guys. But that's the trick, isn't it, chat? You have to shoot them before going past them. So you lose a movement phase. Regaining coherency. In the end of turn step of each player's turn, if one or more units in the battlefield are not in coherency, those units controlling players must remove models from them one at a time until they are in coherency again. So, similar to the old rules, models removed in this way are destroyed, but they do not trigger rules that apply when a model is destroyed. Okay, yeah. Good thing they clarified. How wild would that be to have those, what is it, the plasma cannon-y Hellfire people suddenly like out of coherency with each other, 4 of them just vanish and then shoot the closest enemy target? That'd be stupid as hell. Model's engagement range is the area of the battlefield within 2 inches horizontally and 5 inches vertically of it. So I get this change. I get the 2-inch change. Let me show you why I'm annoyed by this. I wouldn't say annoyed. I feel like there's a missed opportunity. So those of you who understand AOS, this is kind of AOS, except AOS is 3 inches. The reason they do 3 inches is so that you can 100% fail a charge on a 2. Now, you can still do that here. This is key. You cannot be within 2 inches of an opponent, which means you will always be 2-point infinite zeros 1 away from an opponent, which means you will always need to roll a 3 on a charge if you are out of engagement range of an enemy, right? That's huge now. You can on a snake eyes fail a charge. Like, that is a permanent condition of the game at this point, which I do like. The reason I don't like that it's 2 inches, though, although I get it, I guess, is that the average tool that the average player of 40K has purchased is one of these. And this is a 3-inch tool, ladies and gentlemen. So many people have these in their collections. Now, yes, this side is 2, but it's more annoying to check to make sure you are 2 inches away from an enemy squad by doing that than it is to check if you're 3 inches away by just being like, all right, let me drop that, go to the 3, and now I'm done. It's a minor thing. It's a minor thing. But I guess I kind of get it at the same time. So it's like, it's whatever. While friendly models with engagement range of 1 or more enemy models, those models and unit they belong to are engaged. While the unit contains no engaged models, that unit is unengaged. Yep. Here you go. Visualization. I feel like there's going to be a week where people start brainstorming fun things to do with this. Let me actually show you guys a fun thing I've always wanted to do in this game. And this technically allows this now. Set this guy aside. So, there was an idea I had not that long ago. That I kind of called force fielding in my brain. Now, this is something that's probably been around and has another name, but this was an idea where you have to consider the width of this as like 9 inches, right? So you have this bubble. So if you're gonna place a model, like the only way to get this guy into combat with your squad is to get within this mark right here. Yeah? Now what we can do is get... Let me see. I don't want to grab them all. Hang on. I realize my blue horrors are in my box. But if you purchase, let's say, a squad of blue horrors instead of these pinks, you can play the force fielding game a little bit better now. So getting 10 units around keeps them within the 9. So now if you're fighting me and I've got these pink horrors or blue horrors, which is probably what I would use, this guy is perfectly safe in like a semicircle. Like maybe you could get behind him and go in, but I think this is going to be a tactic we're going to see once in a while of fodder units that are annoying being wrapped around a more core unit you don't want to get attacked with a 2-inch gap that the opponent shouldn't be able to get into. Because this is a 10-man unit, and if you don't have to have 2 guys within 2 inches of each other anymore, this is how it'll work. You just have the full 10-man unit in the circle. I think we're going to see that more. And in my own personal system, I might be doing it in my Tzaangor list, because if I'm running MVBs, I'm going to want them to be very safe. So if I run Tzaangors in a bubble around most of the front of a MVB at like maybe 2 deep in layer, you're not going to get to it. It's not going to be fun for you. Especially if you can't pass over. Now, this won't work in a situation where someone has like jump packs and then they can just, place in here. So there is counter to it. It's not a guaranteed strategy, which shouldn't be. But against like more mob units that don't have the ability to fly or pass through, This is actually not bad, in my opinion. What's up, Diet Sunkissed? Well, thankfully, Sunkissed, 11th edition rules aren't that bad. They're not. They're pretty basic. They're pretty good, actually. So far, the only main differences is Battle Shock. You have to Battle Shock out of. You have to test out of if you're in it. And the coherency thing being a 9-inch bubble and then 2 inches from each other. Like, it's all still like yeah. So Sunkissed, I was at the store not long ago playing against a buddy of mine, and I said to him, we were playing a game, and at the end of it, when I was done, I was standing there. We were talking to people about upcoming 11th, and I was like, man, I'm finally feeling it though. I'm finally full knowledge and capable of playing 10th. And I can't wait to take this knowledge into the competitive scene for the next couple of years. At least 11th is fairly close. At least it's fairly close. Although the missions are going to be probably the most important thing. Like how the missions work, what missions you have access to. That's going to be crazy. But yeah, 9-inch bubble in total between the two sides. Is it within or wholly within, though? Within. So not wholly within. So technically it's further than 9. So that's pretty nice. And yeah, even though poxwalkers are used as this kind of a force field around things, the issue still becomes, although it is a 10-man squad, so you lose 4, and then they're just incoherency. What I'm thinking is 20-man Zangor unit. that's where my brain went, was 20-man Zangor unit, which is a lot easier to do this at the 9-inch bubble around something than it was before, because if enough of the 20 Zangor die, you're probably going to lose a bunch more just due to the lack of the 2 within 2 kind of coherency. So this, with a lot of units, guardsmen, that's going to be great for guardsmen around tanks. It's going to be awesome. I think it'll be cool. And then the engagement range bubble. This is very much AOS in style. You just have to stay outside of the 2. It depends on if they change the Tyranid rule. It very much depends on if they change the Tyranid rule, Sunkissed, because that's the thing. A lot of data sheets are going to get changed. We're not sure if some army rules are going to change, because right now, with how the rules are written, Tyranid Battle Shock, I think for the first couple months, if they don't change it after 11th drops, it's going to make Tyranids probably one of the better forces to play. Just because you get enough minuses on the field and do it, people are just going to be stuck in Battle Shock. It's the same thing with Chaos Knights. Honestly, unless something adjusts a little bit, Chaos Knights are going to be brutally powerful. Bases for Zangor are 32. They're bigger than the Poxes. And you just kind of, because it's within but not wholly within the 9-inch bubble, I can make a pretty hefty shield. Especially in the Zangor detachment, where I can give Zangors 4-up invulns. So you just have a 4-up invuln bubble around something. So the initial test is with negatives. The follow-up tests will most likely have negatives that they would have normally in the moment, because I think the negatives you get from Tyranid come from specifically the Scream if you have certain things. But there's also Tyranid units that lower leadership in the area around them, so it would be like whatever that is, which again goes to the Chaos Knights, because Chaos Knights can do -2 leadership, or -2 to the leadership stat. Yeah, Poxes are the 25s. The trick is to not have gaps, because in the thing we showed, basic, where's my, there it is. the thing is here, you don't want to have too many gaps, or at least if you know your opponent has big enough bases that you could push out a little bit further. Because the last thing you would want to do is to have a person charging in on you be able to pocket in far enough to be within 2 of him, which would just draw him in. So having the bigger bases is nice when it comes to Zangor's blocking. It's just the coherency issue that could come from having 20 Zangors in a big hole bubble. It's a little different. Not with 20 Zangors, but 10 Boxwalkers, absolutely. 20 Zangors, that's just a straight up bubble. Big old beef bubble. During the battle, units will shoot at and fight the enemy, making models. So here we go. Quick rolling being built into the actual rules. This was going to be a big change, sort of, yes and no. Let's see it. Select one or more range weapons model has while fighting. Select one melee. Yep, so same thing. There's no restriction here so far, so that's interesting. Models make range attacks with range weapons, melee. With melee, sidearms, some models are equipped with close quarters weapons in addition to other firearms. Such models can be an exception to this rule in the section, as you may not be able to select all of their weapons to make attacks with. Okay, so there's got to be, it has to be the same thing of all pistols with pistols and everything that isn't pistol. It has to be that. So hopefully they don't just leave it in this weird way here. Or can you only shoot pistols in close quarters? We'll find out in a second. You will select one or more range. For each weapon selected, while shooting, select one enemy unit to be the target of that weapon, unless otherwise stated. Each target must be visible. Yep. Within range? Sure. Unengaged. Okay. Baseline is what it is. While fighting, select one or more enemy units, target of that weapon. Each target must be engaged with that model. Yep. Cool. You cannot select more targets than the weapon's attack characteristics. Not select more targets than the weapon's attack characteristics. So we're still at the place of I have 8 attacks. I'm going to put 4 here, 4 here. So that's still how that goes. Neat. Resolve attacks. Select enemy unit. Select one of the enemy unit's targets. One or more weapons. Gather attack dice. Select one weapon targeting that unit that has not been used to make attacks against it. Gather a number of d6 equal to the attacks. So this is baseline the same. You know, you're supposed to roll technically one at a time, although this is technically a little bit faster. Originally, the statement was, oh, you've got 20 attacks. In theory, the way the attacks are going, although that's not how you actually roll it, is you're rolling and resolving 1 dice at a time. That is it. You're just 1 dice at a time, just going through the numbers. This one forces you to be like, hey man, just roll all of it. Has not been used to make attacks against and gather a number of d6. But it's per weapon is the baseline of this. These are attack dice. Each one represents 1 attack being made. If one or more other weapons targeting that unit make identical attacks to the selected weapon below, and those weapons have not yet been used to make attacks against that target, they do so now. So this is where the built-in forced fast rolling also comes into play. That's nice. They do so now and gather those weapons attack dice as well. For 3 weapons making identical attacks, each with an attack characteristic 2, gather a total of 6d6. Yep. Resolving the attack sequence. 05 for all of the attack dice you just gathered. Other attacks. Follow the first instruction below that applies. If there are any weapons targeting the same unit that have not yet been used to make attacks, return to gather attack step. So this is the cycle. This is that circular concept of you did all your power swords, now do your power fists, blah, 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 back and forth, back and forth. Otherwise, if there are any weapons with unresolved attacks targeting a different unit, return to the select enemy unit step, go back, and then go to the next unit. Otherwise, if all weapons have been used to make all of their attacks, the sequence end, and the attacking unit's attacks have been resolved. So, yeah, you still preemptively target at the top without rolling. That way you can't just be like, oh, my power weapons went off and killed your unit. I guess I'll move all those power fists to something else. No, you pre-assume. You select. Then you gather. And then the loop goes back to gather, not select. Oh, actually, no. Brain, hang on. If there are any unresolved weapons with unresolved attacks targeting a different unit, return to the select enemy. What? Hang on. Select one of the enemy units targeted by one or more weapons. Each target must be engaged. Cannot select one or more enemy unit to be. Oh, okay. So that happens here. Then it goes down to here. Okay. Otherwise, if all weapons have been used to make all their attacks, the sequence ends and the attacking units have been resolved. Identical attacks are those that have the same ballistic skill, weapon skill, strength, AP, damage, and which are affected by the same applicable abilities and rolls. On one hand, yes. But if let's say the weapon has the same ballistic weapon, the same damage, the same AP, but the strength to toughness comparison provides you with the same required outcome. So like your T5, I have strength 3 and 4 weapons that have all the same this. I can technically roll those all together because I'm still rolling the same amount in response to you. So I feel like that's like one of those weird hidden techs that I guess they don't want to confuse people with all that much. So this is fine. While selecting targets, if you select more than one unit as a target of a melee weapon, you must split that weapon's attacks between those targets. To do so, declare how many of the weapon's attacks will be made against each unit. If you must declare at least one attack per unit targeted. Yep. For each weapon that is splitting its attacks, only gather a number of attack dice for that weapon equal to. Yeah, this is all basic. All very basic. Good. If an attack fails or inflicts damage, the sequence end for that attack. When all attacks have either failed or inflicted damage, sequence ends. Yep. Hit rolls, wound rolls, save rolls, inflict damage. Big change, though. As you said, you are still learning 10th and going into 11th. Apparently, you don't have to choose to lethal hit. You can actually choose to forego lethal hit, which is an interesting and relatively good change. Because critical hits, critical wounds, critical hits are still hits, and critical wounds are still wounds. In addition, other rules can be triggered by a critical hit or critical wound, such as lethal or dev. Make one hit roll for each attack dice by rolling 1d6. For each result, check if it fails or is a hit by matching the first condition below that applies. 1 always fails. 1 always fails. Of course. 6 is considered a critical hit, and then if you surpass your ballistic skill, it's just a hit. Any other result fails. Wound rolls, same thing. Except here you go. Are we in the same vein? Twice or half? Yeah. Strength is equal to the toughness out of 4, less or greater. Same exact thing then. I mean, no real difference here. You're not learning my favorite thing of all time. Quickly remind people of it. Let me see if I can even find it. Ah, there she is. This is where I came from. Oh, what's that? Your strength's 6? Cool. My toughness is 7, so let's see where on the chart we are. Or my favorite thing ever, which was when I got my buddy's Tyranid Carnifexes to T7. He wanted to do, I think he said 3+ saves. I think it was either 3 or 2+ saves. He was like, oh, I could do 2+ saves. I was like, what do you think is better, man? Do you think rolling a save that's a 2-up into a lot of attacks that are going to chip you down a lot is a better idea than just saying, hey, you're strength 3, you can't even roll to damage me anymore? Have fun with that. Enjoy, guardsmen. But yeah, still same place. Save rolls, create groups. This is new, the fast rolling. So first thing you do is create groups. Divide all models in the target unit into following groups as many times as required. One group for each character, sure. One group for all models with the same weapon, save, and invulnerable save characteristics. So this isn't gear. Okay, so it's still kind of quick. This was something I was worried about, is if I was going to have to pre-assess gear. Because I think that's what Skari said. Skari was like, oh, I would do power fists, people without power fists, and then my leader. That doesn't sound like that's what this is. Wounds, save, and invulnerable save is the only other thing beyond character model. Don't do that. So in the instance of like the Legionary squad we were talking about that has like the Sorcerer, the Reaper autocannon, the Meltagun, a guy with a bolter, a guy with an icon. You got that whole like weird super split up. All those people have the same wound, save, and invulnerable save, most likely. And that's a group now. The news, to my understanding, for the psychic weapons, I like it, but I also think it's not interesting too much. So on one hand, yes, because they did make it so a lot of the sorcerer attacks were no longer flamethrowers because they wanted to trigger sustained hits on all the hit ratings, which is nice, especially when you're hitting on like 3s. I think some of them are hitting on 2s though. So the ability to not take a minus on psychic attacks for the hit roll in particular, not the wound roll. If it was wound roll as well, holy God, that'd be great. But since it's hit roll, it's fine. It's great for us having more consistency on landing hits, which is nice, I think. It's pretty good, especially in melee, because we do get psychic attacks in melee with our force weapons, and the fact that force weapons shouldn't have minuses anymore, it's kind of nice. It's enjoyable. It also keeps that secondary layer to the game where you have people who are anti-psyker, and that changes how things work, which is pretty cool. But yeah, so declare the order in which the groups will have attacks allocated to them, applying all of the following. If a non-character group contains a model that has lost one or more wounds, that group must be first in the allocation order. If a non-character group contains... Okay, so yeah. So Psychic is negative in some instances, but I mean, on the Thousand Suns end, it's positive because most of our abilities and rules interact with Psyker abilities in like positive ways. Like when you run the detachment that you can choose to give like dev wounds to psychic attacks. It's a positive. It's not as much of a positive as I would hope for, but it's still a positive, I guess. Make save rolls. Opposing player makes one save roll for each attack. So this is supposed to be quick, right? And I kind of like this. And I guess we'll try to example it out a little bit. What do I even have as an example for this that works? I got it. Because this is important to note for the fast rolling. I think it was determined by a lot of people that mathematically this is actually a bonus or a benefit, I guess we could say. No, yeah, it felt bad and good at the same time. It was weird before. So in this squad, of a handful of rubrics and an Infernal Master. Currently speaking, I think they all have the same invuln. Did Infernals have 4? I don't use Infernals that much, so... No, Infernals are a 5. How do I do this? What's the better play? For an example. Although... Okay, yeah. Couple options here. So someone has straight jacked up my squad with that much. At AP invulnerable save, basically. Like, I'm getting shredded by, let's say, 2 damage autocannons, and this is what I've got left. And I have to roll. Current system would have me going, okay, well, they're all full health. I have 3 bodyguard, so we have to do it this way. Like, kind of situation. Oh, I saved 2. I can only roll. So, new system in this regard is I've been shot. I have this much dice. I go, all right, my groups as stated in the current datasheet. Rubrics, Sorc, and Leader. Or I could do crazy stuff. Although I don't think it matters. Let me think. 5 up invuln, 3 health on him. It would be if I thought I would only fail 1 of these, that I would put it maybe here. But I don't think I do that in this situation. So it would be rubrics, this guy, into this guy. You roll the dice. So it's on a 5 up, so it's rubric, rubric, rubric. You start at the lowest. So you go to, like, the lowest tier, so the 1s into the 2s. So all 3 rubrics dead on the 1s and 2s, right? This guy goes next, 2s and 3s. 2 dice are required to kill him. He would be dead here. Then it goes over to the Infernal Master. These are all invulns. That's achieved. This is not an invuln, but the Infernal Master, in his rules, has the ability to flip a dice to a 6. So I could just flip it to 6. Squad dies, Infernal Master lives on this roll. The other trick would be with Ahriman in lead for the same concept. Ahriman has a 4-up invuln. You cannot mark your character as the first one to go, to my understanding. Let me double check it. No character group can be earlier in the allocation order than any other non-character group. So yeah, they have to go last still. So in this sequence, same thing, autocannons. I'm on my invuln for some reason. And it would be... where's the 1s? Rubric, rubric. Into 2s for another rubric. All rubrics dead. The squad lead requires 2 dice, 2 2s. He dead. And then it would go to Ari, which takes 2 damage, but because he has a 4-up invuln instead of a 5, the 4s are a breakpoint for him. Now, there are situations, right, where a leader will have like a 5 invuln, and then maybe there's some bodyguard that are 4s. So that's kind of cool, I guess. But in this situation, if you had like 4-up invuln bodyguards versus... and then like some fodder beyond them. If you don't have enough fodder, like, this cracks into that, but maybe that's a good thing. Unless these would have saved the fodder. I don't know. It's weird. Mathematically, it should result in a better saving overall for squads without needing to be like, well, let me roll for my bodyguard. I lose 2, so I can roll 1. All right, bodyguard down. Let me go to the Sorc. I need 2 dice. Oh, I need 1 dice. Like, this is how you roll it now. Super annoying. Yeah. It's kind of good because it also means when you're playing certain games and you feel like your opponent's dice might be a little toilet flush worthy, you can just go over and grab your opponent's dice during your saves and just roll those. Because, I mean, that's the way to do it quick. Your opponent did it quick. You can do it quick just the same with their own dice. Speeds up the whole damage part of the game pretty effectively. And yeah. What's the sequencing, though? Do you just pick a group? Is it still the same as trying to chip down certain units? Like, if your opponent has 2 health units and 3 health units, you always start with the, like, 1 or 2 damage guns, usually. And then if they have higher health units later on, you save the 3s for those. Allocate, declare the order in which those groups will have. So, hang on. Hits, wounds. Make 1 hit roll for each attack dice. Whenever models makes attacks, you follow. So, yeah. So, this is the make attack section, which goes select target, target with the weapons, select enemy, use it, gather the attack dice, and then make attacks. So, that making the attacks with that chunk of guns goes through all of this before the end, and then you loop all the way back to choosing the next thing. Okay. So not much has changed in this instance outside of a slight adjustment to making the game a little bit faster, which is a positive in my opinion. Show of hands in chat, who's played a 6-hour game before? My hand's up. I know you guys can't see it. God, I've played 12-hour games before. I don't like it. The opposing player resolves the following sequence for each save roll, working from lowest to fullest. Yep. Select model, select 1 model in the current allocation group. See right. This must be a model that has lost at least 1 or more wounds. So in 3rd, 4th, and 5th, what would happen? My friends would come over for like a weekend, right? And I would have a giant board that's meant for Christmas trees and stuff. Like, sits on the floor so the Christmas tree doesn't sit on the floor. And it has like a wrap of green kind of flocking. It's not flocking. It was more like glitter. Green stuff on it. And I would put that on top of a table. We would wake up that morning. We would set everything up the night before. We would set it up, set up the mission, which was always, kill more than your opponent. We would set up the terrain to try to get some cover out there and some breaking vision and all that, just for some flavor. We would know what we each had. We would chill out. We would watch some Cartoon Network. We would go to sleep. We'd wake up the next morning, roll to see who sets up first. And by the end of the day, we would finally be done our game. 2K games. So what do we got here? Check save rolls. Invulnerables. Models currently allocation group have an invulnerable characteristic, and the result is equal to or greater than that characteristic. So this is assuming... Okay, so unmodified 1 guarantees damage inflicted. The invulnerable gets achieved, damage fails. Save with the AP alteration, okay, yeah, same thing. Resolve damage if the attack to selected model loses a number of wounds equal to that attack. If this reduces that model's remaining wounds to 0 or fewer, it is destroyed. Pog. I mean, we're already here. It just adjusts the speed of rolling, which is nice. It's nice. And we kind of get it all here. So I don't mind a 6-hour. So show of further hands. Is that 6-hour game considered a beer hammer game? Now, that's not to say you're just sitting around drinking beer while playing Warhammer. Is it more like you're playing, you get a couple things done, and then it's like you're chilling, you're talking. It's more social than anything else. Kind of like how like my dad plays golf, and if he's talking to the people he's playing golf with, he's gone from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. kind of situation. But if he's playing golf like by himself and he's just gonna play, he's gone from 8 a.m. to like noon. he's back by noon. Because that's one thing. I don't mind games going long if it's not a tournament and you're like talking to your opponent and it's like fun times and it's cool. But dude, the amount of games I've been playing against people that go like 5 hours where they just don't talk while we're playing, and I'll do my whole thing, my whole turn in like a short period of time, and then I'm just sitting there staring into the void. I can't do it. I can't do it. My ADHD, I can't. Yeah, so they're giving so many examples here of all the same thing, which I get. What, do you start a game, go 2 hours, then like wander off? like, oh man, that was a crazy turn. Let's go hit Mickey D's. Create groups, declare orders. Yeah, all of it's good. Visibility, key importance. Line of sight is used to determine visibility between models. For an observing model to have line of sight, it must be possible to draw an imaginary straight line 1 millimeter wide from any part. So we're still doing the any part of any model to any part of the model being observed. This is the line of sight. While doing so, other models in the observing models unit and in the observed models unit are... Hang on. It's used to determine between models. For an observing model to have line of sight, it must be possible to draw an imaginary straight line 1 millimeter wide from any part of that model to any part of the model being observed. We know bases are parts of models, so if you're one of those weird things that have a big base, but then like you yourself aren't taking up the whole base, your base is part of this. From any part of that model to any part of the model being observed, the line is the line of sight. While doing so, other models in the observing models unit and in the observed models unit are ignored? Oh, for vision. Okay. So... Okay. Okay, yeah, okay. Okay, chat. Okay. I get it. Yeah. So, in theory here, let's just say this guy hates his own team. Any part to any part, it is model to model for visibility, because if you don't have full visibility, usually that means there's like cover or something involved or something else happening, right? So he easily sees these guys. The reason it's ignored is because if you have like another dude back here who can't, like, I mean, he can, but at the same time, like, it's very broken visibility going from like, oh, here to there. Oh, this guy blocks. No, this guy's ignored. And then if you're explicitly looking for, like, let's say you have precision or something, and somehow the character is smaller and then just like behind a ton of dudes, so that conceptually the visibility is hard to talk about for the one dude. No. It's the line of visibility would be drawn to the other side as though these guys aren't here. That's what that means. Okay. Other models and units can be either visible or fully visible to the observing model as shown opposite. Note the terrain applies additional rules to visibility. So it's terrain explicitly for the visibility. It's not so much models. So like a squad of Terminators isn't going to provide lack of visibility or cover to a squad behind it easily. This does mean true visibility can be a thing. I don't know how many of you have come into this as an issue, but based on your models, let me show you something. All right, let me show you a little something. Grab this one. So this is a Rhino. And the way it's always been put to me is the reason you can see past a Rhino into a squad behind it is because you see these little gaps down here? There you go. That's how you draw from a point to another point. However, if you do something like that, you actually get an angle where there really isn't sight for a narrow aisle on this thing. So doing so technically could break visibility between the target shooting and the target that they want to shoot at. This isn't the easiest thing to pull off. It usually only works if you have like one model on the other side when you're doing this angle type situation. Also, though, there are units that don't really have this. Like, there's weird models that kind of go full to the ground for whatever reason. Either it's like an old model or something that could technically break vision completely. So it's the argument of, are we playing true LOS or are we playing you can see through vehicles? Is that what we're playing? Because it says terrain would provide stuff. This isn't a piece of terrain, so this won't provide cover in any way, shape, or form. It will claim that technically these aren't fully visible. They're partially visible on the other side. So that might be key in other situations. Gather at the library. Ooh, library games. That's always cool. 1 p.m. to 9 p.m. you can play whatever you want. We bring in the tables. We figure out if it's okay to play like that, if the rules are correct. Nice. It's good to have like a community spot for that kind of thing. So that's always good. It's always good, Roburi. Mortal wounds. Some attacks or rules inflict mortal wounds on units. Each time a unit suffers one or more mortal wounds, its controlling player must resolve the following sequence for each of those mortal wounds until either or all of them have been inflicted or destroyed. What's up, Razum? Select one model in that unit by the following first instruction below that applies. Non-character, yep. Otherwise, unit contains more than one or more non-characters. You must select one. Otherwise, if one or more character models in that unit have lost one or more wounds, so keep applying mortals to the character. Otherwise, you can select one character model in that unit. Select model loses one wound if this reduces down to 0. If it's non-character model in that unit has lost one or more, must select. So anything pre-damaged has to take more damage, all the way up through characters, and in that same sequence with characters. Is mortal wounds the same? Yeah, okay. When resolving attack dice, if these attacks inflict a mixture, resolve all of the normal, then resolve all of the mortal. If I'm not mistaken, in the current rules, mortal wounds get resolved, they just say at the end, which feels like you kind of save up your mortals. I might be wrong on this. Let me pull this up. This has always been something in my head that's been a little bit of a debate for the modern rules. The way it's going to work is that you just do all your save damage first and then apply the mortals after the fact, which, sure. But I thought the sequence now was you just roll through everything and you just pocket all your mortals till the very end. Some rules inflict mortal wounds. Each time mortal wounds are inflicted on the unit, each of those mortal wounds inflicts 1 point of damage on that unit. They are always applied one at a time. Each mortal wound is allocated. If attack inflicts mortal wounds in addition to any normal damage, do not make a wound roll or saving throw against those mortal wounds. If those mortal wounds are inflicted by an attack that does precision, the attack model's control player. If mortal wounds are being inflicted as a result of hazardous, shoot or fight one or more of the attacks can inflict mortal wounds. And the resolve any normal damage inflicted by the attacking unit's attacks on that target before inflicting any mortal. Yeah. So that's the weird wording, is you resolve attack damage that isn't mortal before mortal. But this one makes it so that through the whole sequence, you do regular damage and then you apply the mortals in that moment, as opposed to what the old system makes it sound like, which is if my cannon hits you, right? Like if my Soul Reaper cannon hits you and it does 2 mortals, I pocket those 2 mortals until after we're done all the other attacks. Because it's kind of loose terminology, whether it's the rest of the attacks you're currently doing or if you are doing all of your attacks and then the devs get applied. So you don't lose your mortals. Instead, you could possibly pocket them until they get to the leader. So if you go through like a 10-man squad with regular damage, and then you've got like 20 mortals sitting off to the side, and that regular leader with his like, let's say it's a freaking crazy ass Archon with like a 2-up invuln for this shooting sequence, doesn't matter. That's a lot of mortals going his way. And that's like a weirder situation as opposed to applying the mortals first before moving on to the next attacks, which might not mortal, and therefore the Archon could just do his 2-up invulns. But this sequence forces it in the moment, which it's okay. I like it. It's fine. Hazard rolls, though. Ooh, hazard rolls. And this is awesome because hazard rolls are being pushed into everything. It's not just about overheat. Hazard roll in general is also like, oh, your vehicle blew up and you're getting out, hazard roll. So hazard rolls are being a little bit more universal. It's not quite what I was hoping for, but I also like where it went. So for those who don't know, this is kind of a Kill Team channel, although I haven't really done a lot of Kill Team content recently because busy, super busy. Sorry, everyone. But in Kill Team, the sort of hazard attacks and stuff and the overheat attacks, it's based on the unit's current hit rate with the gun that they're shooting. So if you can hit on a 3-up, you roll your hazardous after the fact, and if it's a 3, you're fine. If it's less than that, you double it, and that's the damage you take, that kind of situation. But if you're, let's say, an Imperial Guard, just an IG guy who happens to have a 4-up to hit with that plasma gun, and you're wounded, so it's technically a 5, you overheat it, you have to roll a 5 or 6, or you're going to take double whatever the dice roll is of damage. So you roll a 4, you're taking 8 mortals, which is guaranteed a dead Imperial Guard. Unless, of course, you have a medic nearby who can heal you back to 1. But now, 1 and 2 equals 1 mortal. 3 mortals if character or... Actually, no. Because right now, currently, it's if you're a model in a unit, not a character, you die. Straight up. If you're a character, 3. If you're a monster or vehicle, 3. Now, it's just 1 mortal. Unless you're a monster or vehicle. So this is actually really nice for certain like overheat style spells. Because currently overheat spells is like, how do I kill my guy? How do I kill this sorcerer really quickly? Now if it's not a big thing, it only takes 1. So the question is also, is it the same as before, where if you have a bunch of people with a bunch of different hazard profiles, can you take these mortals on any of it? 1 or 2 to make a hazard roll. Yeah, like plasma guns. Plasma guns have overheat. But you also have this situation where, let's say in a Tormentor squad, an Emperor's Children Tormentor squad, you have a plasma gun and a plasma pistol on the squad lead, not the commander, the squad lead. And you roll both in overheat. Currently, you only take 2 hazard checks, and depending on how the hazard check results, you can put it on whoever you want. You don't have to roll like, this is for the plasma gun, this is for the plasma pistol. You just go, these are my 2 hazard checks. Oh, look, I failed one. I'm going to kill the plasma gun, or sometimes I'll take the leader out. I don't really care. The leader is usually less important in a Tormentor squad than the plasma gun itself. So I'll take the squad lead out. To make a hazard roll for a unit, roll 1d6. On a 1 to 2, that roll fails. The unit suffers 1 mortal. If more than 1 hazard roll is required for unit, make all of those rolls simultaneously. Yeah, it's the same thing. So you can technically hide important units with hazard weapons behind other less important hazard units. So that's nice. And it's 1 mortal now. So the current situation people take part in is they do the Hellblasters. The Hellblasters that are all those like 2 plasma cannon or 2 plasma gun guys that hover around and they're just like, oh, look at my plasma guns. The original plan now is you land a squad of that near someone, you overheat everything in it and shoot them. Anyone that dies from the hazard roll gets to make a roll to see if they shoot again, which they will shoot in overheat again. characters get 1 damage, whereas before they used to get 3. So this is kind of nice in this instance. Like, failing a hazard roll on a character was always like way more. And it's always a hazard roll because technically getting out of an exploding vehicle was considered desperate escape, so it was different. Now, desperate escape has been considered hazard, and we're going to get that into a second. So it simplifies this damage roll down to a bunch of things. So you only have to know this one rule for a couple things that happen. So it's nice. Yep, classic. Can't see all bodies. So, boom. It's a pretty big buff, yeah. It's technically a big buff for, I think, anything that has more than 1 wound. So you have your like plasma gun death guards and stuff. Let me look up hazard now, because I'm pretty sure it says you just pick the unit up if it's just a regular guy. Making it more dangerous to do a hazardous. Like, it's currently more dangerous on a hazardous. Is it heat? Is it overheat? What was it called now? Hazardous. Roll a d6. On a 1 test has failed. For each failed test, you must resolve the following sequence. If possible, select 1 model in that unit that has lost 1 or more wounds and is equipped with 1 of the weapons. Otherwise, if possible, select 1 model in that unit, excluding characters equipped with 1 of the weapons. Otherwise, select a character. If a unit from the player's army is selected in the target... Oh, no, hang on. If a model was selected, that unit suffers 3 mortal wounds, and when allocating those mortals, they must be allocated to the selected model. With 1 or more hazardous weapons. If a model. So it's 3 mortals regardless now is the terminology. So if you targeted someone with a feel no pain, you'd have to roll 3 feel no pains, and then you get picked up if you die. Now it's just 1, so you only have to do the 1 feel no pain on regular people. Little guys. It's nice. The elite players will be more open to just launching damage at people with hazard rolls on. Because it almost doesn't matter at that point. But it is a 1 and a 2. This is key. You have a third of a chance of taking a mortal every time you hazard. So it's kind of a wash. Yes, your Plague Caster will be better for it, but he'll also possibly suffer more damage overall, depending on how many times he shoots. But it does kind of spread it out over a longer period of time. So yeah, instead of shooting once and then being like, I can't do it again because I'm 1 wound, you instead can do it multiple times and be like, okay, which is nice. Visible. This is kind of the same. This is pretty much the same setup as before. You know, see everything fully visible, partially visible if you can't see. The unit is currently visible because 1 guy's visible, and then unit fully visible because of everything. Fun fluff. Actual play around time, baby. Get some beverage in me. Start of the battle round. This is in the game itself, the actual battle rounds. This isn't necessarily the top of the game. This is beginning actual turn 1. Resolve triggered effects at the beginning before progressing into player turns. So I'm guessing there's just going to be overall battle round effects now. A lot of the big effects occur like at the top of your turn, but maybe things like generating command points or choosing certain bonuses. This is like the new pocket for that. Player turn. Both players take turn each. Same player always takes the first turn in each battle round, of course, because this isn't AOS. There's no rolling initiative every round. The mission you are playing will tell you what player this is. Once the player's turn is ended, your opponent takes their turn. Each turn consists of 7 parts. First, the start of the turn step, series of 5 phases resolved in the order shown opposite. In the end turn step. End of battle round. Rules are triggered at the end of the battle round are resolved now in the following order. First resolve rules triggered at this point other than mission rules. Both players then consult the mission. So if you have weird end of battle round stuff as like a team-based thing that occurs before the actual overall mission rules, we're not going to know what the hell this means, like in grand scale, until we start seeing any of the datasheet changes and any of the mission pack cards. So this is a setup for what's coming, is the most part. Battle round ends, unless the battle round ends. The next battle round's... I'm going to read this out loud. Word for word. Here we go. The battle round then ends, and unless the battle ends, the next battle round starts. Okay. Good. The mission you are playing will tell you. Okay, yeah. This is all basic. This is simple. It's sequencing. That's all that matters. Start of turn step, command phase, move phase, shoot phase, charge phase, fight phase. Not much of a change from 10th. If you're already down on how 10th works in this sequence, here it is. There's your sequence. The only out of general turn trigger is these things, the end of turn step and the start of turn step. First resolve rules triggered at this point other than mission. First resolve rules triggered at this point other than mission. Okay, so this is going to be important depending. So end of turn step, let's say I hit you with something that like, oh, at the end of every player turn, we check to see if I kill a unit or battle shock a unit or blah, 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 blah. If you're doing something that requires your end of turn step to have a unit on something for like point scoring, but my thing triggers before this thing. This is the clarification that might play into the battle packs, that might play into the actual mission rules. To guarantee you that you as the player can't choose the order. You can't be like, no, I'm going to score before you poison me. No. I will poison you before you score. That's what this is. In the command phase, both players gain core CP. Yep. And then you check combat readiness of your forces. Yep. And use any strategic level abilities. So forcing the battle shocks at the top, I get. That's not the sequence now, right? It's scoring and battle shock, to my understanding, starts at the end. Command abilities. End of command phase. We'll have to take a look at some stuff here in a second once we get to the universal abilities. Because to my understanding right now, it goes battle shock your units and then score. You get to draw your cards, do things, and then battle shock and then score. This was a big thing to my understanding for, what is it? Imperial Guard players, because supposedly battle shock squads at one point, I don't know if this is still the case, I haven't played an Imperial Guards player in forever, they could give orders, but then the orders wouldn't trigger on battle shocked units, so you would give orders to all your units and then see who was battle shocked after the fact, so that like, oh, I lost that order on that guy kind of situation. I don't know if that's still the case. Again, haven't really played an Imperial Guard player in a very long time. Start of command phase. Rules triggered at the start of command phase are resolved now. Yep. Start of the command phase, basically check to see if you gain extra CP, that kind of stuff. Both players gain a CP. A lot of this is going to get folded into itself. Like, what you're seeing here is very like this step, then this step, then this step. If there is something that can happen in the command phase that doesn't necessarily care about any of this, people will just do it whenever. So we'll see how that works out. Active player must now take one battle shock roll. Wait, active player must now make one, for each unit. Army that fulfills one or both of the following conditions. Unit is currently battle shocked. Yep. Testing out. It's going to change the game, man. It's going to be crazy. Unit is at or below half strength. So currently it's below half. This is at or below half. So that actually sucks. a little bit. I'm going to tell you why. One of my favorite units to use mechanically in Chaos Space Marine armies right now are Chaos Spawn. Chaos Spawn can never be below half. They can only ever go to half. So now, Chaos Spawn will need to Battle Shock going forward. There are so many units in the game right now that are 2 models that gained the old benefit of never needing to Battle Shock because of this. And that was always cool. It's going to be a little bit harder to deal with going forward, but maybe that's a good thing. If a unit was Battle Shocked at the start of the step, and its Battle Shock roll during the step succeeds, it is no longer Battle Shocked. Yep. Nice. Rules that are triggered in the command phase, excluding those that are triggered at the start or end of the phase when gaining core CP or by Battle Shock rolls, are resolved now. Command abilities. What are command abilities? What? So rules that are triggered in the command phase. Oh, okay. So like oh, okay, hang on. Hang on. Yeah, Ruberry, but now they will have to take Battle Shocks because even if they go to 1, they still have to take it. In 11th specifically. Yeah, the heavy locusts are solo squads, right? They're not characters, so they don't have to take it at half health. They're not vehicles, so they don't have to take it at half health. They're just solo like mounted units, so they'll never have to take Battle Shocks unless you force them to somehow. But command ability. So a command ability in my head is basically Magnus in your command step changes his aura. Fulgrim in the enemy command phase changes his aura. Now Fulgrim in the enemy command phase changing aura feels a little different because that means you won't have to change his aura until you see the battle shocked units in your opponent's side. This also makes an adjustment if there's let's say some kind of like aura you can swap to that increases the leadership of nearby units. You won't get that increase until the battle shocks are done. So it's a very specific thing, which is nice. It's kind of intriguing. Yeah, so most people who are trying to use Locust Destroyers as mechanics units will probably just take them as solo units so that they don't have to take battle shocks on them. That'll probably end up being the case. Rules that are triggered in the command phase that are triggered at the start or end of this phase when gaining core CP or battle shock rolls are resolved now. End of the command phase. Triggered at the end of the command phase are resolved now in the following order. First resolve triggers point other than missions. This is something that seems to be a repetitive concept at the top and bottom of the game. It's team and squad and whatever rules, then mission rules. Never one or the other. So let me read Fulgrim's poison ability here. And I'm guessing this also means sticky. So it would be like, oh, sticky happens here, and then mission rules resolve. And there's almost no reason to check Fulgrim's rule because it might change wording going forward. Battle Shock examples. You starting strength of 3 is not at or below half, but it is currently Battle Shock, so Battle Shock roll must be had. Unit has a starting strength of 5. It has 2 models remaining. The vehicle has a starting strength of what? So there's 3 wounds remaining. So it's okay. Yeah, reminding people that wound count. Oh, wait a second. Wait, where do they talk about strength? Unit strength. Yeah, so if you have a unit of 10, 5 is when you start taking battle shocks. Identical attacks. Where's starting strength? Leadership. Whereas before it would be 4. So it says 107. Let's go check 107. Oh, actually. Now take Battle Shock roll. Battle Shock roll. If that roll is successful, if that roll fails, unit is Battle Shock. Objective control is not eligible to shoot. Yeah, so that's the roll. Where's starting strength? It's revived. It's adding. Starting strength. Number of models a unit contains at the start of the first battle round is the starting strength. The starting strength of an attached unit is the number of models that unit contains at the start of the first battle round. Some rules refer to the unit being below starting strength or below half strength. The means of the terms varies depending on the unit's starting strength. Below starting strength of 1. Models' remaining wounds are less than its... Models' remaining wounds. Starting strength of 2 or more. Oh, okay, yeah. This is a very asinine way of splitting vehicles and solo units up from squads. I was like, what? So yeah, starting strength of 1 equals solo units. Oh shit, actually... This is actually... Okay, so back to your thing where you were talking about Locust Destroyers, okay? Originally, it was characters who are out of bodyguard. It's their wounds. Vehicles, monsters, it's their wounds. Now, they are completely dubbing your starting strength as which of these 2 brackets you are going to be going into. So if you do use a Locust Heavy Destroyer, only 1, he exists in this bracket. Warhammer 40k. Factions, Necrons. So even though you can take 3, if you only take 1, you suffer from being on this side of the tree, which might not be a big deal. Locust Heavy Destroyer. Locust Heavy Destroyers have 4 wounds. So once he gets to 2 wounds or less, you are taking battle shocks, good sir. That's actually interesting. Okay. So that's how this works now. Nice. It's no longer about characters, monsters, vehicles. It's just, did you start as a solo unit or did you start as a unit that isn't solo? That's it. It's the only thing that matters now. Oh, now we gotta go find where we were. This is gross. Why would you put the starting strength rule at the bottom of your core codex? Okay. Why would you not put it up in the unit information? Game, why? Okay, that's actually a big change in my head. I gotta try to get my head wrapped around that. Make sure it's there. Okay. This also means if you have one of those weird situations where you've got like a squad of vehicles, like scouts, it's still like the scout sentinels, it's still down to how many are dead versus what their wounds are. Which is kind of the case now. Oh, we're past where we need to be. Yeah, so here we were. Started the movement phase. So this is the first thing you do. Rules are triggered, move units. This is actually cool. I know Scary talked about this, the Ingress move thing. I like this because this should make it a little bit easier for people to quick play where they want to be. Because the sound of it is the Overwatch now occurs at the end of your move phase. So you can kind of more rapidly decide, all right, well, I'm going to need this to deep strike here. So I'm going to put this here. I want to put it here because I want to make sure my vehicle that's going to go this way doesn't interfere with that. Like all that stuff. It's important to be able to like get the state of the game the way you want it to be throughout everything you're doing. There was a situation, I don't know if you guys have seen this. I think Tactical Tortoise covered it. A bunch of people have covered it. It's an infamous moment in gaming where a player, I think it was a teams game. It was either teams or solos. He wanted to see where his Terminators could go or something. It was like a squad of deep striking units. He wanted to see where they could go and then see where his army would go around that. So he put them on the field and he was like, I'm going to want these here. I'm just putting them here so I can see like where they would go for the deep strike. That way when I move my my whatever, I don't block this zone. So that's what's going to happen here. That's why these are here. So he put them down, let go, went to go grab another unit, and the guy across from him went, no, you deep striked that. That's now on the field. So you've gone past your move phase. You can no longer move. He did this whole big bullshit gotcha moment. Called over a judge. The judge was like, I mean, that's how the rules work, man. I'm sorry. Which, yeah, that's how the rules work. But that's how the rules work for assholes. And it became this whole big thing. This is sort of to smooth that over while also making the move phase a little bit easier. I guess to fully achieve your goals. You can select a unit on the battlefield in strategic reserve or embarked within a transport. That unit is selected to move. Select one move type that is eligible to make and resolve it with that unit. This can be one listed below or one presented elsewhere. So you get to do any of these. End of the movement phase, rules are triggered, end of movement phase are resolved now. But let's see what we can do. Remaining stationary. I'm pretty sure all of you know what the hell this is. You've remained stationary. You don't trigger rules that require you to move. Maybe you get some bonuses for remaining stationary. Whole thing. Normal move. You probably understand this as well. It's based on your move stat. You cannot be engaged. Ta-da, we did it. Advance move. Same thing. Not engaged. Make your move plus a d6. We did it. Till the end of the turn. And then you're considered not eligible to declare a charge or start an action. They've folded this into actual in-core rules information, which is good. But of course, my army doesn't care about this. Although, your unit on the battlefield is unengaged. Your unit moves as described in moving. Make an advance roll. Your unit must be unengaged at the end, and until the end of the turn, unless otherwise stated, you are not eligible to declare a charge or start an action. Is shooting an action? Because I'm not seeing anything about not shooting here. Can everyone now advance and shoot? Hang on. Your unit is engaged. Your unit moves as described in moving. Yep. Select fallback. If your unit is not battle shocked, you can do it. Otherwise, you must make a hazard roll, which is why they simplified hazard rolls now. 1 and 2, take a mortal. While moving, each model that is moved can be moved through any. This is going to make Elite so good, man. Being able to charge a squad and then next turn be like, I have to be here now for behind enemy lines or whatever, and to just make a hazard roll to go through whatever's in front of you. It's awesome. Your unit must be unengaged at the end of the move until the end of the turn unless otherwise stated. You are not eligible to shoot or... Holy shit, everyone can shoot after advancing. You're not eligible to shoot or declare a charge if you fall back, but you're not eligible to declare a charge if you advance. Have we seen weapons with the profile of assault on them? I'm going to take a look at that in a bit. Because they have all the basic weapon rules at the bottom. If your unit is not in Battle Shock, you must make a Battle Shock roll for your unit if it's desperate. While moving. Okay, so this is like a tree. Ordered retreat is just you getting out. Desperate escape is what triggers if you run through people, and you have to take a Battle Shock after also taking your hazardous rolls. Okay. Or wait. If your unit is not Battle Shock, you can select this mode. Ordered retreat. Select fallback. If your unit is not Battle Shock. Otherwise, you must select this mode. So you can select this mode. I can declare Desperate Escape is the assumption if I can select Ordered, but then I could also. So it's select fallback mode. Okay, yeah. So you're either stuck here or you have access to either. Okay, fine. That's good. In the shooting phase, your units will take aim and use their ranged weapons, fire at their chosen targets, starting at shooting. Rules that are triggered at the start of shooting phase are resolved now. Yep. Which, this is actually kind of cool. We'll go over it in a minute, but apparently smokescreen is something you apply here. You don't apply it as a reaction here. You have to... A lot of stuff in... I keep doing this. A lot of stuff in 40K is kind of like how Magic the Gathering works, where a lot of people will be like, I'm playing this card, and then I give you a beat to be like, I counter kind of situation. Like there's that back and forth of, this is the step I'm trying to take. Do you counter? No, I resolve this step kind of situation. So currently the way I would go about doing things, which kind of slows stuff down, but I always want to give my opponent the opportunity. If I do something, I'm always like, do you react? Like if they have a reactive move, I'm like, I do this, do you react? And then they can be like, no. And then I just keep going. React? No. All right, cool. Oh, you're going to Overwatch? No. Okay, cool. Because Overwatch is at the end of the movement phase and because Smokescreen is at the top of the shooting phase, those are the only beats you need to care about. I can stop being like, do you Overwatch this? I can just move. Everything can move that needs to move. And then at the end, it's like, what do you Overwatch? Nothing? Cool. Let's go to shooting. And it's the same thing here. It's you've put a vehicle like a Rhino in the middle of the field. All right, I'm entering the shooting phase. Do you do anything? No? All right, I'm shooting. You cannot smoke screen anymore because I am declaring my shooting. I gave you the beat to declare smoke screen here. I imagine... no. I imagine in higher end games, people would be more open to like, all right, shooting phase. I'm going to start rolling my shooting. And then as they're going, they're like, oh, by the way, smoke screen on this vehicle. Or they'll put it somewhere and then initially say that that's their plan. I don't know. But giving people a beat now only needs to happen at the start or usually the end of a phase. So I do like that as a shift. The active player shoots with their eligible units one at a time using sequence below. Select to shoot, and their attacks have been resolved. A unit is eligible to shoot if it's on the battlefield. Okay. One of the people at our local club, he got to go to his first tournament. He was so excited. I think he was winning a game, but his opponent started telling him things that were wrong. He started telling us the stuff as it stands. Like, he was bringing it up during the game. I was sitting there watching the gameplay. He was trying to play with his, he had a Warhound Titan, and he wanted to play with it before the end of 10th. So he was just playing a game. And his opponent went, I'm going to do this action. To which he went, well, do you not have pistols? Because if you don't have pistols, you're not eligible to shoot, and therefore you can't do actions. And I was like, where'd you hear that? And he was like, well, my opponent at the tournament said it. And I went, oh, shit. Because the only thing that makes you in 40K right now ineligible to shoot is did you advance or did you fall back? That's it. Those are the only two core things that make that a thing, is did you advance or did you fall back? That's what it says in the rules. If you don't have a gun after choosing to shoot with that squad, that's where that ends. But every squad is eligible to shoot unless it advanced or fell back. But then you, of course, get the, oh, you can still be eligible to shoot if you fall back situation. That's where the then mission rules go, hey, if you advance or fall back, you can't do an action. So it's 2 steps of you cannot advance or fall back and do an action. That's actually key because a little character I know of as the Changeling can target you in your shooting phase at the top and go, I rolled a 6, you are no longer eligible to shoot, which also means you are no longer eligible to perform actions, which is maddening. It's so cool. I love it. But that's the reason for the double tier of advance and fallback, also eligible to shoot. So don't let someone go, you don't have a pistol, you're not eligible to shoot. What's up, Francois? Has not already been selected to shoot. Select unit. Select one friendly unit that is eligible to shoot. The unit is selected to shoot. Select shooting type. Wait, did they go over that that's the case here? Because that's the thing, Peacock. I heard him say that, and I was like, dude, there are people who run Tyranid armies, and the only ones with ranged weapons are the anti-tank guys. If those are the only ones that can perform actions, those lists don't work. I've seen, like, JW, one of the guys at our club, who's like top 25 Northeast. I watched him do an action with a Lictor. Lictors don't have guns. I'm liking it so far. I'm liking a lot of the changes. Again, about 50% of this core rulebook is going to come down to what changes in the index, or not the indexes, but the codex updates, the terminology updates for the codex, as well as what happens in the actual mission pack that comes out later. Let me see if they did talk about eligible to shoot, though. So that's the thing. In combat doesn't change eligibility to shoot, but in the action section of the cards, it does say being in combat unless you are Titanic prevents you from doing actions. Here you go. Unit with no ranged weapons eligible to shoot in a controlling player's shooting phase. Yes, even though the unit cannot make ranged attacks, it's still eligible to shoot. It's right here. They did it. They knew. So the eligibility to shoot is here, which is what we were talking about. Apparently you can advance and you don't lose your eligibility to shoot, which should also mean you can advance an action. Oh no, start an action. There it is. So you can shoot, you just can't action. This is going to go crazy. This might also buff Emperor's Children. Because Noise Marines, the way it works right now is if anyone in the Emperor's Children advances, they can't shoot at similar targets. But if you don't, unless it's like a nerf now, unless that's like a negative bonus, if you advance, you have to still follow it. But if you don't have to declare Thrill Seekers when you advance, I could have 3 squads of Noise Marines advance and all shoot the same target. If this is the case, and maybe they adjust things, we'll see. We'll see. Unit is eligible to shoot. Select one friendly. Normal shooting, assault shooting, which maybe that's where it talks about advance. Close quarters shooting, see opposite. Indirect shooting, see opposite. End of shooting phase. Normal shooting is what we all know. Your unit is unengaged. Oh, here we are. Didn't make an advance move. Okay. Now we get the alternation. Your unit shoot as described in making attacks. After shooting till the end of the phase, your unit is not eligible to start an action. So you just prevent action. There you go. Here we go. All of the following apply. You are unengaged and you advanced. Has one or more assault weapon. Your unit shoots as described in making attacks. You can only select assault weapons. Okay. Okay. Oh, nice, Roburi. Maybe they'll bring him back. Maybe you'll get some returns. So yeah, you have to have assault. This is a weird way to put it, but I guess getting rid of the eligibility to shoot thing here might clarify some stuff. I don't know. Assault weapons. Until the end of the phase, unit is not eligible to start an action, which, I mean, if you advance, it already says you can't start an action anyway. All of the following apply for close quarters. You have to have close quarters weapons, pistols, or you're a monster or vehicle. Your unit shoots as described in making attacks. Models in your unit can target units that you are engaged with. Monster and vehicle. Each time a monster and vehicle model in that unit makes an attack, unless that attack is made with a close quarters weapon. Gauge. So if a monster has a close quarters weapon, he doesn't get the minus. If it doesn't, there you go. If that attack is made with a blast weapon, it still cannot target a unit this unit is engaged with. Non-monster, non-vehicle. You can only select close quarters weapons to make an attack with. You can only select enemy units. After shooting until the end of the phase, your unit is not eligible to start an action. Wait a second. Okay. I'm guessing most of Big Guns Never Tire still persists. But this is where there's going to be a weird layer here. Each time a monster vehicle model in your unit makes an attack, unless that attack is made with a close quarters weapon, the target, so a unit you're engaged with, subtract 1 from the hit roll. If that attack is made with a blast, it still cannot target unit. Models in your unit can target enemy units your unit is engaged with. So blast can't go into the same unit. -1 if not close quarters. Only close quarters if you're not a monster or vehicle. It doesn't say anything about shooting out anymore. I wonder where that's going to be, if anywhere. Might be under monsters or vehicles. We'll find out. All the following apply to your unit. Unengaged. Did not make an advance. So new indirect fire rule, baby. Let's go. You can fire normally if visible, but if not, you get indirect. Target has benefit of cover, so you're -1 to hit. You cannot reroll hits. This is big. This is huge. Because currently one of the fun meta things to do is to take 2 whirlwind tanks in a Space Marine army that can mark 2 units with Oath of Moment. That way you have 2 whirlwinds with full rerolls and +1 to wound that are unmolestable on the other side of the field, just, 50-50ing with a bunch of attacks. It's kind of bad. Now, benefit of cover for whatever bonuses this provides beyond whatever it starts with. Because if you're -1 to hit, but you're only hitting on 6s, lol. But then at the same time, if someone's visible, then it's 4s down to 5s. So I kind of get that. But this is that 2-layer thing here. So this doesn't change your ballistic skill. So if my ballistic skill on an indirect weapon is 2, and then benefit of cover is applied, it's a 3. Okay, so it would normally hit on a 3, but then past this layer, a 1 through 3 fails, guaranteeing a 4. So you would need a ballistic skill of 3 with indirect to not lose out on -1 to hit normally from a single benefit of cover, which would mean, I think War dogs, as long as someone sees something, a war dog with a missile hat will always hit on 4s. If they don't see, then you're just hitting on 6s. Yeah, they're doing minus to hit and minus to hits mostly now. They've moved it back to minus to hit, so we're probably going to see a lot more autocannons going forward. Autocannons, shuriken cannons. People can't reduce the AP down. I like it. I think I'm okay with it. I'm pretty good with it. And plunging fire, so if you're up on a second story, is +1 to hit. So being on something also technically negates cover. In the charge phase, you'll be able to make charge moves with your units. Represents your forces closing the distance with their foes in order to engage them in bloody combat. Is that everything here? Yeah, it's everything here. So we're still unsure on whether or not monsters and vehicles can technically shoot out of combat. This is only for in combat, although it does say you cannot make blast attacks with engaged. With your unit, if the attack is made with a blast weapon, it still cannot target a unit your unit is engaged with. I wonder if being in combat with a vehicle or monster forces it to have to shoot you now. Which, if I'm playing a tyrant with its 2 blast weapons, that means I can't shoot my blast weapons until I'm out of combat with you. There's got to be something further on that's like, oh, this thing can shoot out. We'll find out. Start of the charge phase. And then the rules, so like counter rules and most other like overall buffs and debuff rules, there's like a start and an end of each phase where that usually gets triggered now. That way, so Francois, right now in 10th, if the way movement works normally is I'll move a squad, right? And I'll be like, do you react? Do you reactive move? No. Do you overwatch? No. Okay, good. And then I move another squad and that same thing. And then I move another squad and same thing. I move another squad and same. And so it's like that slow trudge of like, at what point are you going to do one of those two things? Kind of situation. The way the game's trying to design itself now is at the end of the move phase is when like the Overwatch at least gets chosen. I wonder if reactive moves also going to be at the end of the move phase as well. At which point, like, you just do your shit. You just move. Just go. Don't even ask anymore. Don't look for the counters that much in that situation. Just do what you're going to do and then see what your opponent does. Next phase. Charge. Active player resolves charges with their ineligible... Wait. Did we miss something here? Oh, these are in different sections. Okay. Active player resolves charges with their eligible units one at a time using the sequence below until all of their units they choose to charge with have declared a charge. Those charges have been resolved. Declare charge. Select one friendly unit that has not been declared a charge this phase is eligible to charge. This is the big thing that feels a little bit too strong for melee armies. Just the ability to pick a squad and then roll 2 dice and then decide what you want to do with it. In this game, play and counterplay is always important. I feel like where charging is here is 0 counterplay. Like, I can just be like, oh, I need boxcars with this unit to make it. I'll just roll, right? It's, I don't know. This is a little bit gray for me. The idea of if you have a squad and you want to double charge, but your best case scenario is like 3-tiered, right? You roll high enough that you can fully get to the unit you actually want to get to kill it. You declare the double just in case, or you declare the close and then hope you can pile in. Now you can just roll 2 dice. You just roll 2 dice and you go, all right, what do I want to do? You don't have to overthink, underthink. Like, you don't have to really care much until you see your dice. And then even then you can be like, I'm not going to do anything. Like, oh, I rolled boxcars. I could go crazy. But then you could heroically intervene. I'm just not going to use it. And then that's it. You have a stratagem that gives +2 to the charge of unit is in engaged. Oh, if the unit's already engaged, something charging into it gets the +2. It depends on if they change the wording for you, man. Is this one of the new? Is this one of the new stratagems that they revealed? Is that what we're talking about? Is that the Destroyer Cult? Are we talking about Destroyer Cult? Curse Legion. Is Curse Legion new? No. So if it's an older team, we're not going to know. We're not going to know if they're going to change stuff. Because they still have counters, right? Like Subsurface Quantum Weave, one of the new detachments. Opponent's shooting phase or the fight phase, when an enemy unit targets a friendly Necron Titanic Fly unit. So that still exists. There are still counter moments, but a lot of the bigger ones have been shifted to top and bottom of turn. Like Smokescreen, which we'll go into. Make charge roll, rolling 2d6. Result is the maximum distance for the charge move. Attempt charge. If it's possible to charge move and you still want to, make a charge move. Charge change, we'll see. We'll see if it's all down here. They've gone over it in detail, and I kind of agree. We are currently in a situation now in 40k where you can fail charges, guaranteed, every single time you try to charge, unless you have a +1, I think. If you have +1 to your charge roll, you will always succeed. If you do not have +1, you will have a chance at failure. Snake Eyes will always fail if you do not have a plus, because of the 2-inch bubble around units that you cannot go into. Now, with charge rules in this situation, we've talked about it once already, but I'm going to reiterate it because this is important for people to understand. You will never be within 2 inches of an enemy before charging them. And the number you need on your dice has to be kind of equal to the flat number. What this means, let me pull up some visual aid for you guys. No, not that. If that is the measurement you are from your opponent's unit, that is the number you need to roll, okay? If this is the distance you are from your opponent, this is the number you need to roll. So being that you cannot be at the 2-inch mark ever to an opponent, you are always basically this. You are an infinite 0 to a 1 away from your opponent. You will always need to roll a 3. So if you have +1 to charge, which some armies do, if you don't have that, then there is a way for you to guarantee fail a charge. Again, just trying to be clear that that's the system now. Because another change we're probably going to get to at some point here is that deep striking allows you to get within 8. You put yourself at 8, which, again, let me go back to my table here of minor annoyances that aren't really annoyances. So when it was 9, and a lot of situations in AOS, 40k, and all that, 9 inches tends to be common. This is a 9-inch ruler. So now I have to put it down and then mark to the 8 for deep strikes instead, which just means this is like weirdly unnecessary now. So that's a thing. Select unit charges. Yeah, so friendly units, they gain +2 inches. So you'll be able to get unfailable charges as long as that whole thing exists. I'm guessing they're going to make you do it at the time you choose them. It's all going to come down to what wording gets changed. They might make it that you have to spend it right off the rip, but I don't know. Your unit declared a charge in this phase. Unit described as moving. Select one or more enemy units that are within 12 of your unit and within the maximum distance of your unit. Till the end of this move, each time this unit makes a charge target. Each model must end its move closer to 1. So while moving, this is a weird one. This is weird, but also like not weird in a way. So the measured distance, to my understanding, for this charge roll, like they're showing. So there's terrain here. The blue declares a charge, and the charge roll generates maximum distance of 7. Unit A is within the distance, so you can select this. But you would not be able to end its charge move engaged. This is a 2-sequence thing. Technically, this is now an eligible unit to charge, but like they're saying, he can't 7 this way and get within engagement. So you have to have 2 moments in sequence required for charging. One is that the distance bubble you roll is right, which, to be clear, graphically this is wrong because this is a circle around an oval, which means this should be a football. Just throwing it out there real quick. But yeah, so he has 7 to play with. All these guys are eligible over here, not down here. These guys are outside because they're even slightly outside. But yeah, these guys aren't eligible down here. So you get this distance to move. And as long as you can end within the 2, you can still do it. You don't have to end in base to base if you can't. But you have to end within 2 with at least 1 guy out of the squad. Each model that can end its move within 1. And then you sequence the moves. So everyone who could 100% make it, each model must end its move closer. Each model that can end its move within 1 inches of 1 or more charge targets must do so. Each model that can end its move within engaged of 1 or more charge targets must do so. So you have to kind of get within certain ranges. There's a little bit of finagling here because this technically isn't a sequence. This is just the reality of it. So there is a place where you could technically move the people who can't get within base to base first. And then this is a trick. Let me show you this fun trick. I'm going to show it to you with the rubrics that I have, because rubrics charge people occasionally. Ha ha ha. Here. So if the rubrics were charging this guy, and I rolled just enough that these guys would just be in base to base perfectly, and then these guys would basically come up behind, and then they could either go there or maybe move slightly up, blah blah blah. That's the norm, right? But the trick that they can do now, if you have units that are not rubrics and actually good at melee, and you want to like slingshot a little bit, you would move the back ones here so that they can't get within engagement, right? But they also don't leave enough of a gap to fit these bases, which forces you with their distance to try to maximize move around. But if that maximum amount of movement doesn't put you in base to base, but at most gets you like here, now you have a bunch of people in engagement who aren't base to base, because base to base still locks you down. So now, in this next moment of the game where you're like, all right, pile-in moves. Use your 3 inches to go further with everything. This can be very important when it comes to getting OC on objectives. And I think that might still be the case here. So select 1 or more enemy units that are within 12. Yeah, of your unit. This is important. They have to be within 12. So even if you have that +2 and you roll boxcars, you cannot pick a unit outside of 12. Of your unit and within the maximum distance of your unit. Until the end of this move, each of those enemy units is a charge target. While moving, each model must end its move closer. Yep. Each model that can end its move within an inch of one or more charged targets must do so. So you can't not end within an inch if that's your only option. If your only option is to end within an inch, you have to. Each model that can end its move engaged with one or more charged targets. Each model that can end its move engaged with one or more charged targets must do so. So that's within the 2, because engaged is within the 2. So as long as you're closer, this also this doesn't involve you being within the 2. It's just you could be outside the 2 as long as you're closer. And then within the 2 and within 1. So base to base is, yeah, it's still finagly. You can still finagle more not getting locked down in base to base and then slingshotting yourself forward to try to be somewhere else. Your unit must be engaged with all of the charge targets. Yep. Your unit cannot be engaged with one or more enemy unit that are not charge targets. Yep. Until the end of the turn, each model in your unit has the fight's first ability. So all very common. Not a lot different here. It's just the fact that you don't have to pick targets anymore, which is neat. Start of the fight phase. Rules that are triggered at the start of the fight phase are resolved now. And then pile in. And this is, again, a lot of 11th is trying to make it so that whole chunks of the game are a lot faster. There's not a lot of like just general downtime. There's not a lot of waiting to see things happen. Pile in occurs all at the same time. Specifically, I believe the person currently playing does everything. Let me find out. Both players make pile-in moves with all of their eligible units. The eligible if section describes which units are eligible to make such moves. The player's whose turn it is resolves. Yeah, so if it is your turn, every single one of your charged units or units that are in combat, pile in. So engaged means you're within 2 inches of an enemy. So yeah, you're just in combat. If it made a charge move, so you've charged, so bam, have fun with a pile-in. It was selected to make an overrun fight, which that's later on. We'll see what that is. Your unit moves as described in moving. What? Wait, what? Oh, maximum distance. Thank God. I was like, no. I'm not moving 12 with a jetpack and pile in. No, it's maximum distance 3. Okay, good. Before moving, select pile in targets. If your unit is engaged, select every enemy unit is engaged with. Otherwise, select one or more enemy unit within 5 inches of your unit. If your unit is engaged, select every enemy unit it is engaged with. Yep. You can add units. So you could charge one unit and then add another unit. I don't know the value in that, but you could. Because then you get 3 inches to go closer and 5 inches to something you've selected. Model in base to base with one or more enemy models cannot be moved because base to base locks you down, as I showed you, but there are ways to prevent you getting base to base, so that's a whole thing. Each model that is moved must end its move closer to the closest pile-in target and engaged with it if possible. Move closer to the closest pile-in target. So there is kind of a way to add more people to it. You can kind of choose. I guess if there's 3 squads close to each other and you're trying to not go into the other, but then you'd call that you want both those targets in the first place. I don't know. I don't know why there would be value in not picking the targets you explicitly want versus others. Maybe it's to try to force them to heroically intervene. I don't know. Your unit must be engaged. Each model that started this move engaged with an enemy unit must still be engaged with that enemy unit. A lot of this is very Age of Sigmar. You cannot leave the 2-inch bubble while moving with units you're already within the 2-inch bubble of. This means that if you are kind of split on the Venn diagram of 2 different squads, you cannot leave that area. Because both red units made charge moves this turn, they are both fights first units this phase and are both eligible to make pylon moves, even though the monster is unengaged, as it destroyed its charge target in the charge phase using a crushing impact. Yeah, so he crushing impact killed the guy and is now able to go. Same thing. You charged, you still have access to your pylon. It's a fun little ploy, fun little tactic people still use. Red player makes pylon moves first. Blue player, so yeah, back and forth. So he gets everything, and then you're stuck in base to base, so you can't even pile in. Then fights phase. Same thing. Top of fights phase. Oh, maybe not. Wait, are we in fight? Yeah, okay. So top of fight phase was the initial stuff. Now actual fight. Unit is eligible to fight if it has not already been selected to fight. Yep, if it's engaged or was engaged at the start of the step, it was engaged at the start of this step. It made a charge move this turn. You can choose to fight. Players resolving the following sequence. Units have been selected to fight and the attacks have been resolved. Resolve fights first combats, starting with the player whose turn it is. This is a new thing, and a lot of people are bringing it up as like, oh, it's bad. I get it. I kind of wish fights first still gave you the option to like swing first before your opponent if it's not your turn. But what fights first is now is free heroic intervention. It's what, or not, free counterattack, I think is what it's called. Heroic intervention is the charge. Counterattack is going first. Or going between two attacks. So technically it's still okay. You do need a good bit of it, and it's going to be a lot higher skill ceiling as to what this is going to do for you. Because Emperor's Children has a new detachment that gives all Flawless Blades fights first, which means if I'm not focused on the Flawless Blades, technically, I can put them in places where they could heroically intervene with units. And if they do that, and it's a unit that they could easily kill, it might force my opponent to go, I have to swing over here first, which could give me an opening on another side of the field to do something different. So the skill ceiling here is a bit better, I think. It's a bit... I played a 2v2 against my friends. One of them was using Howling Banshees with Jane Czar, or whoever the Phoenix Lord is of the Banshees. And the entire game was us wondering how the hell we were going to deal with them. Because they were sitting behind a wall, we couldn't shoot them. And if we went to charge them, they would just kill us. So it was this really strong forward position that we had no idea what to do with. Kinda sucked. But now it's like you have to have that and other things on the front line to make me go like, I have to swing at Jane Czar first. And then whatever else you have on the front line needs to be strong enough that you either use its fights first to kill me, or you spend command points to punch me to death in the follow-up. Resolve remaining combat, starting with the player who just moved the sequence onto the step. Players alternate selecting one friendly unit that is eligible to fight. That unit is selected to fight. So yeah, it's still split up between fights first and remaining combats. Same thing, except current player goes first before opposing player. After resolving a fight, and there's a resolve remaining combat step. If there are one or more fights first units that are eligible to fight, return to resolve fights first combat step. After resolving the fight in the resolve remaining combat step, if there are one or more fights first units that are now eligible. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. I see the sequence. All fights first get finished. Resolve remaining combat start occurring. If during this process a fights first squad gets pulled in to the overall combat, it full loops back to this to allow the fights first to go, which then cycles back down through resolve remaining combats. Okay. Normal fight. Fight is described. In making attacks. Again, making attacks a lot faster, a lot smoother. Weirdly, if you think your opponent has very greasy hands, it might slow it down a little bit, but the reality is the best thing to do after your opponent rolls all of their attacks is to just pick up the dice that are successfuls and roll and see what happens. That way you don't have to count the amount of dice they have wounded you with. You just roll it and start putting your wounds on stuff based on the squads that you pick in sequence as to whether or not you want to be like, oh, the 4-up Vinvalns are going to go first before the non-4-up Vinvaln people kind of situation. Your unit is unengaged or was unengaged at the start of the fight step, but became engaged during the fight phase. Okay. Your unit is unengaged or was unengaged at the start of the fight step, but became engaged during the fight phase. Your unit can make one additional pile-in move. I see it in my head, but there's a weird... Let me see if they have something here. The blue player has no fights first, so the red player selects their next unit. The red player selects another fights first unit. This unit is unengaged, but was engaged with the trans... Oh, so this is back here. So the Demon Prince comes in. These guys are in. All the everyone's together is done. Demon Prince kills tank. This squad is now unengaged and past the pile-in step, which then lets it move another pile-in, then fight. Okay. So you'll get an initial pile-in. There's going to be some tech there. I think there'll be some tech there, because that's a total of 6-inch movement, depending on how you do it. Being able to 3-inch pile in and pull your team around, and then you also have to consider things like Khorne Berserkers and other armies that get the ability to do 6-inch pile in. I wonder if that persists. You're in the fight phase, but if it's a buff, because it's usually a buff that's like 6-inch pile in and consolidate, it usually happens in the fight phase. So that becomes insanely strong with this. The ability to full 6-inch pile in with something at the top of the phase, kill it with something else, and then re 6-inch pile in again. Ooh. Dude, momentum-based melee armies are going to be crazy going forward. The blue player has no fight. Yeah, that's going to be nuts. Both players make consolidation moves with all of their eligible units they choose to move. The eligible if section describes which units are eligible to make such moves. The player whose turn it is resolved all of their moves first, followed by their opponent. So consolidate. And again, max 3. Unless, of course, consolidate pile in 6. Then I guess you can get to go 6, potentially. And then it's current player, everything, opponent, everything. If the fight phase and your unit was eligible to fight this phase. If it is the fight phase and your unit was eligible to fight. So as long as you were engaged at the top of the fight phase, you're eligible. Or at any point, right? I'm trying to see it in my head, because right now, if, like, let's say I charge... let's switch over. Yeah. So somehow, some way, this is the fight. The Infernal Master is in. He swings on the fights first and kills 2 rubrics. Consolidate occurs at the end, so there's no I consolidate here, which forces you to fight me. You are now outside of the 2-inch marker. In the original system, because these guys didn't charge, they're now no longer eligible to fight. Therefore, they wouldn't be able to consolidate or pile in here. But because at the top they were in, that makes them eligible for the other rule, the overrun fight, which allows them to do the 3 as long as he's within 5. So there's a limit there. Because pile-ins can only occur into units within 5 of you. That's something to keep in mind, I think. Because if the amount of rubrics that die there, for whatever reason, if I'm in a straight line, which is madness, puts them outside of 5 inches, that unit can no longer do an overrun fight. Yeah. If unit is engaged, every enemy unit is engaged with. Otherwise, select one more enemy unit within 5. Oh, otherwise. So I can't select an additional. I have to be in engagement with them at the top. If I'm not, then I can do the 5. This is cool, though. This is cool. Mathematically speaking, let me think. So it has to be within 5, which means you have to be... You can't be 5.01. 3, that puts you within 2. Okay, yeah. So if my Emperor's Children Demon Prince charges something, kills it with Charge Mortals, and then chooses to pile in to a target within 5, that will put it within the 2-inch bubble. 100% it puts it within the 2-inch bubble. Which will kind of force them... Do they have to? Both players make pile in with all of their eligible units. They choose to move. So you choose. You don't have to pile in. Okay. You're not forced into doing it. But if that Demon Prince is within 2 inches but not base to base, that's not an overrun. That's just a normal fight, right? Your unit is unengaged or was unengaged. Yeah, so he would be stuck not in base to base and he would still swing. Okay. And then consolidation. If your unit is engaged, you must select the model on every enemy unit it is engaged with. Engaging consolidation. Otherwise, if your unit is within 3 inches of one or more enemy unit, you must select this model. Select one or more of those enemy units. Otherwise, if your unit is within 3 inches of one or more objectives. So same thing. If it's a squad you're engaged with, it has to be them. If it's a squad, and select every enemy unit it is engaged with. Otherwise, if your unit is within... So these are mode selections. If you're still engaged with a squad, you have to do ongoing. If you're not, but there's someone within 3, you have to do engaging. And if not, and there's an objective within 3, you do objective consolidation. But any of these have to be true. You can't move 3 inches towards an objective that is not within 3 inches of you. Okay. And then in sequence, ongoing consolidation, models and base-to-base contact with one or more enemy models cannot be moved, but then everyone else must move closer. And again, I don't think you're forced to, right? Both players, the eligible units they choose to move. So you don't have to pile in, you don't have to consolidate. You can choose to, but it's if you choose to, you are forced into this limit of selection based on your current situation. Okay. Understandable. See, this is interesting because it says the unit must be within range of the objective. So in a situation where someone has 6-inch consolidate, are you forced to move as close as possible? Each model that is moved must end its move with, oh yeah. So if possible, you have to be on the objective. And if not, you just have to be closer. So there's probably some rules finagling there, but it's not super great. It's based on what I told you guys about with moving units into position who would be like limiting for other models to move first to then make it so that some models can then bubble around or go different directions. But definitely a little finagly. I should probably show you guys what the hell I'm talking about. I kind of did earlier, but I don't know who joined. Hiya! So the idea would be, do I just got like a sheet of paper or something I can use as a base? I don't know. We'll use this thing. So the idea would be they get to go 3 inches. So if 3 inches puts these guys like here on the objective, but if 3 inches puts these guys here off the objective first, and then these guys with their 3 inches wouldn't be able to sit here, they would have to kind of go here. So like you at this point you're not on objective, but I think that is one of the key components. Yeah. Must be within range. So at the very least one person would step in. So if it was more like these guys would be here, like dead on, but then these guys would be off. But if you use your full 3, these guys could be slightly on. But then these guys would have to be like more on the outside with their 3. You can kind of adjust the overall shape of where you're going based on whether or not they have enough distance to then go because of the people behind them who moved first. This is a kind of advanced charge strat that currently happens in 10th. Depending on what your charge roll is, of course. End of fight phase. So that's all the basic, that's the basic general rules. Main things being Battle Shock, being the fact that solo squads now can actually be Battle Shock based on their wounds. It's half instead of below half. There's a lot going on there. So the Battle Shock's the big one. The fact that a lot of movement and stuff happens all simultaneously, including you can come in from Deep Strike, apparently just during the move phase. They don't separate it. There's not a top of the move phase, bottom of the move phase for that kind of thing. You just do it all, which is a lot easier for positioning people because then you just bring in your Deep Strikes to be like, they have to go here, so I can't go here with this. It's important. And then speed rolling, again, a little bit more fleshed out. It should be a lot faster. So on a basic level, pretty understandable. Not a lot has changed. Core rules are all what they are. They did say that lethal hits is choosable, or that's at least what Scary said. So I'm guessing that's down here somewhere. So we'll find that out. But placing terrain before battle, place terrain features, place well-defined boundary. Terrain features known as terrain area. So back to the whole squares and shapes that then have terrain in them kind of situations. Otherwise, players must agree on this before battle. Terrain categories. So exposed. A lot of this, like exposed and light, very kill teamy. So exposed is just terrain that isn't really a thing. You just go through it. Light's kind of the same way. Dense, building ruins. Mission deployment map may be defined. So the maps do usually have it on there. The new maps that are coming out have like 3 different colors for the terrain mats, and those colors tend to be like, hey, this is the kind of terrain on this mat. This kind of thing. Oh no, it's not the terrain mats, it's the markers. They usually have the terrain mats, and then they'll have like a section that has a color on it. Exposed light. All models can move horizontally and vertically through exposed. Yep. Dense. Infantry beasts. They added swarms and the new mobile keyword, which mobile should be like weird bikey things, I think. There's specific things that are going to be mobile. We're not sure what yet. I wonder if they're just going to make like defilers mobile or something. Infantry, beast, swarm. Swarm used to get screwed by not being able to go through stuff. Now they can. And mobile. Infantry, beasts, and swarm can move vertically through dense features. So horizontally is one thing. Vertically is a whole different thing. That's why mobile might... Mobile's probably for large units, like defilers. I wonder if they're going to make Fulgur mobile. Because you can't like put a frickin'... You can't put a defiler on top of like a tiny second story because you're mobile. That shouldn't be a thing. Other models can move horizontally through dense terrain, provided that all sections of that terrain feature that our moving model's base would move through are 2 inches or less. So 2 inches or less are the cap height on a dense piece of terrain to be able to go over. Otherwise, the moving model must move vertically to ascend or descend such sections. They cannot move through ceilings. So it's infantry, beast, swarm, mobile. I'm guessing vehicle. So like vehicle would be this. Moving the model's base would move through 2 inches. Otherwise, the moving model must move vertically to ascend or descend such sides. They cannot move through ceilings and floors while doing so, and they cannot end that move on any surface of the terrain feature that is not on the ground. Are they saying that Land Raiders can still go through tall walls so long as you measure the up, over, and down? Models can move vertically to ascend or descend terrain features. That model must remain within half-inch horizontally of that terrain feature, and the distance moved vertically up, and the distance moved vertically down to any other distances that model has moved since it began. Setting up or ending a move. Models can be set up or end a move on the ground level of a terrain feature. Models can be set up to end a move on any surface of terrain feature that is not ground level. If all of the following apply, they have to be infantry, beast, swarm, fly, monster. After ending the move, that model is stable in no part of its base. Models can also be set up or end a move on any surface of the terrain feature that is not on ground level. Oh, infantry, beast, swarm, fly, monster, not mobile. Monsters can end on things, but I'm guessing it has to be like large things. There are large pieces of terrain that you could technically put like a Carnifex on. But this means you could technically put a Hellbrood on a second story. I think? No, monster. You could put... What's a small monster? Oh, Demon Prince. On foot Demon Prince. Dense terrain, more than 2. These infantry models can move through. He can't go because the up and over for him would have him end on the wall, so he can't, so he has to go around. But yeah, this is a vehicle. Can't move through it, but with its movement can go up and over. Okay. It's interesting, I guess. Because nothing says you just can't go through it anymore. But I guess when we play, the walls are going to be so tall that it probably doesn't matter. Benefit of cover. Here we go. We get into the meat and potatoes, baby. Model has infantry, beast, or swarm. So only infantry, beast, and swarm can get this benefit keyword and is within a terrain area. That's the whole area. The terrain doesn't matter. You'll get benefit of cover. The model is not fully visible to the attacking model due to one or more intervening terrain features. and or one or more intervening obscuring terrain areas. This means if you're standing on the other side of a box, one of the terrain boxes, but you're like fully visible, you're technically not fully visible. But of course, the box should prevent sight anyway, but or one or more. So if like a piece of you is coming around a corner, you don't have to be on the terrain area, but then the terrain area itself just provides benefit of cover regardless of whether you're fully visible or not. Why is that fully visible? Oh, the model. Okay. This is the separation. Infantry, Beast, and Swarm just gets it by standing on the mats. But if you're a vehicle on the mat, like a Hellbrute, but the person can fully see you as a Hellbrute standing on the mat, you do not get benefit of cover. Unless a piece of terrain stops it. Which there's a lot of terrain on those maps. It shouldn't be that hard to do. Each time a ranged attack targets a unit that has benefit of cover against it, worsen the ballistic skill. Ooh. It is ballistic. It's not hit, it's ballistic. I thought people were saying this was going to be the hit rating. Each time a ranged attack targets a unit that has the benefit of cover against it, worsen the ballistic characteristic of that attack by 1. That's going to be big. Because they were clearly stating that hit plus minus still exists, but if it's ballistic and then you're able to apply a hit minus on top of it, yo, this makes my army sick. I play Mercurial. That's my list right now is Mercurial. So if I have Flawless Blades sitting on a mat, or I have a Defiler like being obscured slightly by terrain, if you're shooting me, you get -1 to your ballistic, and then I can spend a command point to add -1 to hit on top of it. That's fucking crazy. And dude, so my Thousand Sun list that I play competitively is it's Hexwarp Thrallband. We'll see if that still exists. I don't know. Hexwarp Thrallband, which can provide with a command point benefit of cover and -1 to, what is it? It's benefit of cover and stealth, which is -1 to hit to one of my units. Holy shit. As long as I'm within my own magic circle, I can do that. And the crazy part is I can apply that to demon princes, and one of my winged demon princes is always considered to be in my magic circle. So I can hit you with -2 overall to your hit rating if you don't even have pluses. So stealth is just changing. Okay, thank God. But I don't know if Hexwarp Thrallband stays or if they make some big adjustments to him, because then that becomes a pointless thing. Benefit of cover and stealth. But the only way you were able to get benefit of cover and stealth is to be in your magical circle. I think they're doing away with the Grotmist attachment. At least that one, if not more. The model is hidden while all the following apply to it. So the main thing I do then... Oh, that's actually huge. Oh my god. So my Zangor list idea that I have involves demon princes on foot, at least 2 of them in the Thousand Suns army, to give auras of stealth to all of my Zangor, which, I mean, it's whatever, but like that's benefit of cover. It's big. Like, oh my god, man, this is gonna be huge. So it is ballistic skill. That's great. Model is hidden while all the following apply to it. The model has infantry beast swarm, is in a terrain area with one or more so the terrain area has to contain a dense terrain feature. That model's unit did not make one or more ranged attacks during this turn or during the previous turn. Specifically ranged attacks in current or prior. You're talking about the all guns are psychic? So it does, because that then makes it so that you can ignore negatives, right? And then if you have a Terminator Sorcerer Lord at the lead, you also get +1. So you prevent the negatives, bring yourself back down to 3, and then go to 2. Because if I remember correctly, when we read Psychic, it says you can ignore specific things. It's not about ignoring everything. It's about going, I'm going to ignore that minus. So you're just regular, and then you give yourself a plus. Model is hidden. Model is hidden. Yep. I'm going to be using my my conceal tokens for this from my kill team box. I'm going to put the conceal token down next to my guys who are in stuff that is like in cover. It'll be good. Terrain areas containing one or more light or dense terrain features are obscuring terrain areas. This is a keyword from Kill Team. If every line of sight drawn between two models crosses one or more obscuring terrain area, excluding obscuring terrain areas, those two models are not visible to each other. Okay, yeah. We need to see what the maps look like. Because like they said, they mark on the competitive map like this is dense, right? And then they mark this is whatever, blah blah blah. But there is exposed, and I wonder if there's going to be sections of terrain that are just exposed, because then those don't really apply any of this. You can only get models not fully visible to attack models due to one or more intervening terrain features, or one or more intervening obscuring terrain areas. So obscuring one or more light or dense. Solid. Dense terrain features have the solid rule. Line of sight cannot be drawn across any enclosed gap. This says basically like holes in windows below 3 inches from the ground. Those aren't real. It looks like terrain mats most likely will not have the exposed stuff on it all that much. They're mainly leaning into light and dense. So yeah, very similar. Very similar to how it is currently. So if something is off mat on your side, the squad no longer gets the -1 to hit. So that's kind of cool. Because right now, what would be happening in this situation is this squad would shoot this squad here. And then you as the opposing player could go, okay, cool. I'm going to take it on my people in cover so I don't take the AP that you have, right? Now it's just, oh, you're off the mat on my side. So I see you. So I'm just going to shoot you. And I'm not going to take the -1 to my ballistic because you have two people not on the mat. Okay. Dude, Mercurial. Oh my God. All I can think of now is that I'm going to have defilers on the field for Mercurial that can -1 to your ballistic skill and -1 to your hit roll. Enjoy trying to kill a T11 defiler at -2 to your overall rolls for hits. Because defilers are goddamn huge. There is almost not a world where they will not have some part of them behind some kind of dense terrain. Or like off a mat, kind of like in the corner. If a mission uses objectives, it'll state where they are located on the battlefield. Typically, your mission will have a deployment map showing several points. Do they have maps here? My buddy wants to try to play Friday, and we can probably try to... I don't know if the store is going to let us play on 11th. I might want to call him Wednesday and be like, hey, man, 11th rules are kind of out. Can we attempt an 11th game? Because if there is a map at the end of this, I'm going to purchase an Etsy set of like component maps. We'll see how that works out. At the end of each phase and turn to determine player's level of control. Objective: add together the OC characters of all models in that player's army that are within range, not wholly within, but if within range. So I have no new data sheets, no, but I have the old data sheets. And at the very least, we can still play around with the rules themselves to get used to like the pacing of it. The assumption being that sticky is more what the orc boys have at the beginning of this, which is just the area is now yours kind of situation. But I want to get used to the pacing and the back and forth. Because again, Ran, that tournament is a week after the full release of this game. 1 week. I need to get used to the interactions. Even if it means I'm going to have new data sheets by then. At the very least, I'll know, like, oh, this is how this works. Player's level of control. I am too. What do you think of this, Ran? What do you think of this? Every single thing with Titanic gets -1 to their ballistic skill. No points changes, really. They all get -1 to their ballistic skill. Because they're all plunging fire. So they all get +1 to hit. But then they're all -1 ballistic. So people in cover pull you back to what your standard hit rate normally would have been. You want them to just rework abilities fully? No, yeah, they need to change a lot. Like, if I'm going to play Jack on Friday in the 11th rules, I'm not bringing my knights because that sounds horrifying. That sounds so horrifying to have, like, that kind of a thing happen. They do get a lot worse at range, J. Peacock, but it feels like they already had things in place to think about that, just because of the whole, like, Infernal Lance can turn off cover. So, like, they're still hitting you on 3s. They just turned off your cover kind of situations. Infernal Lance also has the upgrade that gives you +1 to your ballistic skill. So you can get to 2 for the cost of some war gear. Some rules don't allow objective to be secured by a player. So this is the universal sticky. When an objective is secured by a player's army, that objective remains under their control, even if no longer have any units on it until their opponent's level of control over that objective is greater. Yeah, so secured is now universal sticky. This vehicle has an OC characteristic of 3. You saw that they changed that it's half strength instead of below half now for Battle Shock, which means Chaos Spawn have to Battle Shock. Not only that, but if you take solo squad units and not solo character units, the solo squad also has to take Battle Shock so long as their wounds go to half. Because it's they don't split anymore based on character, non-character, right? Character vehicle versus non-character kind of situations. Instead, it's is your unit a one-man unit or is your unit a 2 or above? Like, that's all it is now. That's how you get to your bracket. Did you start as 1 or did you start as 2 or more? So we're getting into the strats. During the battle, both players can use stratagems. Each stratagem states how many CP it costs, when it can be used. We've gone through a lot of it. I mean, we're 3 hours and 13 minutes into a stream. We've gone past the core rules. Most of it's the same. No, I know what you mean, yo. But most of it's the same. There is a lot of fun nuance to how charge and fight phase works with the pylons and everything. Of course, Battle Shock being different, that's a big one. And the fast roll. Have you seen someone explain the fast roll system? I can show it to you real quick. The fast roll system for both shooting and fighting is pretty easy. It actually makes it so that like you don't have to collect dice anymore. Like if I'm rolling into the box and I pull out all my missed wounds, you can just pick up my dice and roll, and it's just faster. Well, yeah, you declare per every sequence, I think. Like once the sequence is done, you go like uh my guys that are regular saves, my guys that have invulns, like you just say in that sequence. Or like in my Thousand Sun rubric squads, it's rubrics, the squad lead, and then command. And that's it. That's the sequence. I just go, all right, I'm starting rubrics first. And then I'll just do that. I just roll dice. Because it's not even about like, oh, I have a plasma gun, I have a melta gun. You don't even have to declare that. It's just wounds, saves, and I think that's it, right? It's just wounds and saves and invulns. Regular save, invuln, wounds. As long as those all match, that's the thing you're going to be picking. So yeah, you don't have to like with your Harlequins, you don't have to be like the guys with the fusions. Fuck that shit. I don't. It might. It is about calling it before you roll. I think is the big thing. Let me go all the way back because I think it's per attack sequence that you then pick. That way you can kind of like reserve your 4-up invulns for when I'm like, now I'm gonna roll my plasma guns, and you're like, all right, I'll probably do my 4-up invulns at the top of this, so long as you don't have a damaged secondary unit. Let me see it. Make attacks. Oh, it's so far back. And mortal wounds are no longer worded weirdly so that they actually get held till the end. It's actually during the attack sequence. It's the end of the specific group of attacks. Create groups. Divide all models in the target unit in the following groups. Allocate order. Declare the order in which those groups will have attacks allocated to them, applying all of the following. Make save rolls. The opposing player makes one save roll for each attack that the wounds inflict damage. Select one model in the current allocation group. Let me look at this. Select weapons. 2, 2. Select targets. Blue. Resolve the attacks. 5 attack dice are gathered. 2, 1 respectively identical attacks. 3 attack dice are gathered for the heavy. So all attacks are done technically first. So yeah, you pick your squads, it looks like, off the rip. Or at least after the first chunk. I wonder if you need to see... I wonder if they're going to want you to see this first. Unit is visible to all models attacking units selected as a result. Resolve attacks. There's one enemy unit target. So the controlling player now gathers attack dice. 5, 3 hits. Oh no. So you gather, they're just saying gather them, not roll them. Controlling player makes the hits and the wounds, and then the saves are made, and then the damage is inflicted. The lowest result is the less than both invuln and save characteristics of the target. So the attack inflicts damage, reduces the model to which the attack was allocated to 0, or destroy the next lowest result. Hits, wounds, saves, targets units, controlling player makes 2 save rolls, inflict damage. Select targets. Blue unit. Target is attached. Formed from a Seraphim unit and Saint Celestine with her 2 visible resolving attacks. Attack dice for the remaining weapons will be gathered once the heavy bolters are resolved. 14 attack dice for bolt guns, which have an attack character 2. 1 attack for that. Create groups and declare order. The target unit's controlling player divides into groups, 1 containing Saint Celestine, 1 containing And one containing Seraphim. They declare the allocation order. Oh. Okay. So yeah, you have to pick you have to not just have the groups at the top. You also have to decide who's going to go first here. This is going to create some interesting concepts because they have those, remember they have like those the shield bearer guards that usually can join a squad. Like you remember Max's Black Templar squad that has like the one guy with the 4-up invuln, right? So in that situation, he has to choose before you even roll dice what the sequence is. So if you're like, I'm going to use the 4-up invuln off the rip, then I can be like, cool, he has the same regular save as all your other guys. So I'm just going to roll my low stuff with low AP first. And then if I strip down your 4-up invuln guy and then all you have left are your regular saves, and then my plasma guns are coming kind of situation. That's going to be interesting. So that's something to think about. Because all this is decided before the rolls even start. Okay. That clarified a bit. There's some good stuff though. There's some good stuff. Like you can choose to sprint past people. All right. I might not be around. I don't know. It's 4:43. I might just once we get to the end of this, I might bail. I can always hit up Discord though because we're chatting there. We could also just get in a Discord call. Got to get back. Oh, Jesus Christ. There's so much more. We were kind of here, I think. Yeah, using strats. Each player cannot use the same stratagem more than once in the same phase. Yep. Unless otherwise stated, each player cannot target the same unit with more than one stratagem in the same phase. Cool. Each time you use a stratagem resolving the following sequence, select targets as described in the stratagem, reduce the CP total cost. Contains stratagem carries additional CP cost. You can only use. Ooh, okay. So this is the this is for the free stuff. Reduce your CP cost total by the CP cost listed in the stratagem. If the stratagem contains a section that carries an additional command point cost, you can only use that additional section if you increase the command point cost of your stratagem by the amount shown. If you do not have enough command points remaining, you cannot use the stratagem. Oh, so that's not it yet. Resolve the effect of the stratagem. Cool. All players can use core stratagems. See overleaf. Additional stratagems can be found in codexes and other publications. Heroic intervention. Oh no, this is just to explain it, I guess. We can actually look at it. Is it down here or did they put heroic intervention up top and then remove it from down here? No, there it is. Okay, good. So what we have access to, command reroll. And to be clear, it's once per phase, so command reroll is once per phase, which is nice. Advance roll, charge roll, damage roll, hazard roll, hit roll, save roll, wound roll, roll the determined number of attacks. Fairly basic. I don't think anything's really changed here. Reroll that roll. If you are rolling more than one dice together, select one of those dice to reroll, excluding charge rolls, which you reroll in full. So if you're doing like 2d6, you can reroll one of those 2d6 for like a shot amount or a damage amount or something. Fight phase. Just after a friendly character unit is selected to fight. This is Epic Challenge. This gives precision, which I want to look at. I am very interested in what the hell precision is actually supposed to be. I've had it described to me in 3 different ways now. But yeah, characters get precision. And there you go. Cool. Sane Bravery, Battle Shock step of your command phase. Just before you make a Battle Shock roll for a friendly unit, that Battle Shock roll, is automatically successful. Restrictions. You cannot use the stratagem more than once per battle. Here's a key thing. if your unit is already battle shocked and you need to test to get out of battle shock, this cannot be used on you because that unit must be targeted to get it out of battle shock. But if it's in battle shock, it cannot be target. Like, this is, you have to be very, very specific in these moments. You're going to have to be like, no, very clearly when your unit is not battle shocked. And again, this is only in command phase, which is why I think things like the MVB, why I kind of want to try using Hellbrutes again in Thousand Suns, because those are things that force battle shock tests outside of command phase. So if I force you to take a battle shock test at a minus multiple times during a phase in a unit that you're like, this has to be here or I'm going to be screwed, this is really like not helpful to you. So out of sequence battle shocking, I think is really cool going forward. Especially since battle shock units no longer can finish actions. That's huge. Huge debuff. Explosives. The new grenade keyword. Which I guess they don't want to change too many of the grenade keywords on people's cards, so they're just going to leave it there. One friendly unengaged. Didn't make an advance move. Eligible to shoot. Select one. Your shooting phase. One friendly unengaged explosive grenades unit that is eligible to shoot, which you lose eligibility to shoot if you shoot. So this will still have to be before you shoot. Did not make advance move. Resolving the following. Select one explosive grenade model. So it's an individual model. And then an individual unit within 8 inches of that model. And visible of that model. And then 66 on a 4-up mortals. Classic, standard, basic, tasty. Barely any change there. Crushing Impact is the new one. I do like this a lot more. A lot of Tank Shock felt like there was no downside to using it, but the fact that if you roll a high toughness unit into a standard unit to try to like kill it as much as possible, the higher your toughness is actually a negative potential for you, because every one you roll for your Tank Shock / Monster Shock / Crushing Impact is a mortal on you. And then it's 5-ups for the opponent with a 6 wound cap. Here's the trick. Let me double check this. For each 1, your unit suffers 1 mortal. For each 5, the enemy unit suffers to a maximum of 6 mortals per unit. So yeah, you can't hyper screw yourself. Like if I decide to Tank Shock you with a Defiler and I roll 11 ones, I'm only taking 6 damage. Still crazy that I rolled 11 ones, but thank God I didn't take 11 damage. So each direction of damage can only go to 6. Rapid Ingressorino. I need to see the aircraft rules. God, where are they? Where are they, chat? I need them. End of your opponent's movement phase. Select one unit that is in strategic reserve, excluding aircraft, because supposedly aircraft will just have this. Their unit makes an Ingress move. So you just come in your opponent's strategic or opponent's movement phase. At the end, specifically, you can Ingress. You cannot use the stratagem during the first battle round. Good. Good. End of your opponent's movement phase. So this is also interesting, I think. I mean, this just prevents... So I've been screwed over by some of the people who have those turn 1 deep strike units and then they just Ingress after I move. And I'm like, God damn it. Like but thank God they can't do that in my phase. They have to suffer the wrath of a 9-inch charge. One friendly unengaged unit, excluding Titanic. At the end of opponent's movement phase is why it's better. Your unit shoots using snap shooting. Snap shooting is its own thing because I'm assuming a lot of units are just going to have snap shooting built into them. As stated in the rule allowing snap shooting type, your unit shoots as described in making attacks. You can only target one visible enemy unit within 24 of your unit, and only if it is an eligible target. Each attack only hits an unmodified hit roll of 6. Irrespective of the attacking weapon's ballistic skill characteristic or any modifiers, you cannot reroll hits. This is huge. Absolutely huge. Thank God. Because friggin' marking targets with Oath of Moment. Like, so far, a lot of things in this game is like, you can't reroll when you do this. That's literally just Oath of Moment nerfs. That's all it is. Just Oath of Moment nerfs. Till the end of the phase, your unit is not eligible to start an action. Till the end of the phase. Why is this important? When do you do actions out of phase? Like, when do you do an action in your opponent's phase? I mean, it's probably important down the road, but I don't know. Each attack only hits an unmodified hit roll of 6 irrespective. So there are things that kind of like reverse this. This will bring up flamethrowers as a big thing. The lack of hit rerolls is pretty hefty, but this is actually important. So you're giving your unit that isn't Titanic snap shooting, and then you just shoot at something within 24 inches of you. So it doesn't require that thing to move, which I think is important here. It means things can run away, and I kind of like that, right? So if you have like cultists near one of my flamethrower Rubric Marine squads, and then I shoot you to almost dead, you could technically then, in your own turn, decide to run them away without the fear of me overwatching you at the top of your move to finish you. Instead, you're just like, oh, let me get the hell out of here. And then I just can't do anything about it because snap shooting, it feels a little more balanced. I like it. I like it. Start of your opponent's shooting phase. This is the new one, smokescreen. I like this. You have to do it at the top, like I said. If your opponent has smoke keywords, which my buddy who just left because he's working, or actually it's 5 o'clock, he's probably eating or something. My buddy has a bunch of random shit that has smoke on its card, and he's like, why would I even use that? It's so weird that I have smoke. This is actually kind of huge because I think it's his bikes. He plays Harlequins. So his bikes usually have smoke. Something weird and stupid has smoke for him. This now allows him to send that unit up to create a smoke wall. And then everything behind those bikes will have benefit of cover. I think the bikes might be tall enough that this won't save them. I'm looking at this now, and I'm like, oh wait, oh no, yeah. There's a world where the bikes don't actually help, because those bikes are tall, man. Those bikes are almost taller than most Harlequin. No, the Harlequin units are really tall, actually. Now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know. There's a world where smokescreen and Harlequin bikes could be useful against stuff that the Harlequins are on the other side of. But it's mostly like chuck a rhino in the middle of the field and just do it. Which kind of sucks. There's an Imperial Guard detachment right now where you pick a tank and then the tank gives cover to the things behind it. This is literally just that rule. So, in theory, in a Imperial Guard detachment like that, you could do, I think it's called haul down. You could haul down a target and then smokescreen another and have two really big walls of everything behind this is -1 for you to hit. Or -1 ballistic skill, rather. Heroic intervention. End of your opponent's charge phase. One friendly unengaged unit within 12 inches of one or more enemy units. You can select vehicle unit if it is a character/walker unit. Wait a second. One friendly unengaged unit within 12 inches of one or more enemy units. You can only select a vehicle unit if it is a character or a walker. So, knights or fun stuff. Did they bring back the Baneblade that is a character, or did they just bring back the character on separate? Like, they didn't bring him back in as Baneblade, right? Like, there's not going to be a Baneblade out there that can heroically intervene. Resolve a charge with your unit. While doing so, before making the charge roll, you must select one of the followings. Leap to defend when selecting charge targets. You can only select the enemy units that made a charge move this phase and are within the maximum distance. Oh, and this is also at the end, so you get to see everything before you heroically intervene, which also means I can't be blocked anymore. So one of the biggest things I hate about 10th when I'm charging, because I'm not good at it, is occasionally I'll charge and my opponent will heroically intervene in a way where it screws over other charges that I have. So this will prevent that from being a problem. Into the fray. When making the charge roll, if the result is greater than a 6 after modifiers, change it to a 6. When selecting charge targets, you can select any enemy units that are within 6 of your unit and within the maximum distance. Wait a second. Okay. You have to be within 12 of an enemy unit, and that's it. You just have to be within 12. Resolve a charge with your unit. So you roll 2 dice. Before making the charge roll, though, you must select one of the following modes. So you have not rolled. When selecting charge targets, you can only select enemy units that made a charge move this phase and are within the max. Oh, okay, I get it. So you can either get your full distance, but only against targets that charged, or you can charge something. It doesn't matter if it charged or not within 6 inches of you, so long as you roll 6 or greater. No. So if you roll 6 or greater, you are a 6. Anything below, you just get. Okay. So you can add units to melee. So many times I've run up to people's faces with my my Thousand Sun Rubric Marines with flamethrowers and then have not charged them. Like, I'll flamer a neighboring unit to death, and then I'll just be standing there staring at my opponent and be like, next turn, man, you move. I'm just going to flamer you. Nope. This is dangerous now. Counteroffensive gives you fights first for 2 command points. Pog. Performing actions. Some rules and units allow you to perform actions. These action states. Start when it started. Units, which friendly unit can perform it. How many times friendly units can start it. When it completes, what the effect of completing it are. Any additional restrictions may apply. Starting an action. A unit is eligible to start an action unless one or more of the following apply to it. It is an aircraft or fortification. Battle shocked. Not on the battlefield. OC of 0. It is engaged unless Titanic. It made an advance or fallback turn. It started another action this turn. If a unit starts an action until the end of the turn, it is not eligible to shoot unless Titanic. It is not eligible to declare a charge. All very common, all very basic, all very standard. Not a lot of this has changed. It's a little bit more specific, which is good. I like this. If a unit performing an action makes a move, excluding pile-in and consolidate, or leaves the battlefield, that unit does not complete their action. Otherwise, when an action is completed, its effect section is triggered. I think currently in actions, I'm able to do a reactive move so long as I don't leave the area, but now a reactive move will fully screw me over. Okay. Good to keep in mind. Moving monsters and vehicles. This isn't going to be it. This has to be where the aircraft are. I'm so intrigued, and I can't wait to be disappointed. Each time you make a normal or advanced move with monster vehicle models, it's in that unit can be moved through friendly and enemy models. This is big. No more getting stuck behind your stupid other vehicles because you moved wrong. Just move them. You're good. Normal or advance. Specifically, it's normal or advance. So charges... Are charges considered a normal move? Oh no, I gotta scroll up again. Declare charge. Your unit moves as though it's described in moving. I don't know. You might actually not be able to charge through your own tanks. Because you move as though you're described in moving. But then the vehicle says, did it say normal and advance only? So fallback's also out of it, right? Unless fallback says it's like a normal, but you get different situations. Each time you make a normal or advanced move. I'm going to duplicate this page. This is actually kind of important because this is a thing that's a little bit related to how the defilers work. Currently, the defilers claim that you can scuttle over things with a normal, advance, or fallback move. You cannot charge over things with the scuttle move. You can't like get good distance based on that. Yep, quick attacks, visibility, mortals, start, end. Units can make a normal move, an advanced move, a fallback move, a disembark move, an ingress move, and a remain stationary. So only these are really affected for vehicles. Units on the battlefield unengaged. So if you're falling back, you cannot go through allied vehicles, I think. While moving, each model is moved, can be moved through enemy models. Because that has to be it, right? Because it's explicit. It is explicit that you have to be doing this or this. And that is it. This doesn't say you're making a normal move, but with these, caveats. It says you're making a fallback move. Which this isn't a normal move at all. Nothing here. It's not like, all right, while moving, you're just doing a normal move. No, you're doing a fallback. So you can't, okay. Got to keep that in mind. All right. Some models do not have a base. Many of these are monster vehicles. This is where this all comes into play. Such models have the frame keyword, as do some other larger models. Whenever a rule refers to model's position in relation to anything else on the battlefield, if that model has the frame keyword, unless otherwise stated, measure to and from the closest point on that model. So not necessarily from its base, but the base is included. When rotating a frame model as part of a move, if that model does not have a base, turn it any amount around its central axis. Now, have you guys seen Helldrakes? So a central axis is as close to the middle of the vehicle as you possibly can, which I think is the head of a Helldrake. Because the Helldrake base doesn't take up a lot of the same area. It's weird. Let me grab one. So the central point isn't here. It can't be. This would be insane for this to be the center point. Because then the wings just have this massive circle that it can take. So it has to be based on this, which I'm guessing is going to be the frame. So you have to kind of consider like here, here, as like the triangle, I guess. And then to figure out that the point, I think, is here. So like it would be turning on this component, like around the neck about. So this would like be the center, just about. I don't know. It's going to be weird, man. Freaking Helldrakes are going to be weird, just like they always are. In your shooting phase, enemy monster vehicles that are engaged can be selected as targets of ranged attacks. Good job. Each summon model makes a ranged attack that targets a unit. Subtract 1 from the hit roll. Actually, I'm going to BRB real quick. BRB chat. Yeah. So yeah, shooting at engaged monsters you can shoot in. At the -1 to hit specifically, not ballistic. You can shoot at this infantry unit using close quarters. That actually begs the question. If I have a tank sitting, well, no, because it's vision based. It's not map based. It's vision based. So yeah, that's fine. Vehicles can shoot at this infantry unit using close quarters shooting. While resolving those attacks, subtract 1 from the hit rolls. As the infantry unit is engaged, blast. So A, the vehicle can shoot at this infantry using close quarters infantry shooting. While resolving these attacks, subtract -1. Oh, does close quarters let you shoot out of your combat? The infantry can shoot at the vehicle using normal shooting. While resolving these attacks, subtract 1. No, because B can only shoot. Why is it saying it uses close quarters shooting? All of the following must apply. Engaged, did not make an advance move. Cool. Has one or more close quarters weapons or is a monster vehicle. Cool. The unit shoots as described in making attacks. Yeah, that's all the way up. That's not this. Models in your unit can target enemy units. Your unit is engaged. Models in your unit can target enemy units your unit is engaged with. Cool. Monster vehicle models. Each time a monster vehicle model in your unit makes an attack, unless that attack is made with close quarters weapons and targets a unit you are engaged with, subtract 1. If that attack is made with a blast, it still cannot target stuff you are engaged with. Non-monster, non-vehicles. You can only select close quarters weapons to make the attacks, and you can only select enemy units that are engaged. Unit can target... Can. Okay, so it's can. It's not must. It's can. I was trying to figure out where the hell Big Guns Never Tire really exists. But I guess this is it. Ooh, actually, also... Your unit shoots as described. Your unit must target one visible enemy unit within 24 inches, and only if it's an eligible target. Each attack only... Can you Overwatch into your own combat? Only if it's an eligible target. What would make it not an eligible target if you're a vehicle? Because right now, Big Guns Never Tire is not accessible if you're in combat in an opponent's phase. Because it's Big Guns Never Tire explicitly says in your shooting phase, you can use Big Guns Never Tire. But I'm starting to lean into the thought process that you can now, like, let's say you've got the Land Raider that has that really big flamethrower on it, and you're sitting in the middle and you've shot at something and all that fun stuff, and then it's their turn and then they charge you, or they get into combat somehow with you, or you just like in combat with something, and you're still alive and you're still chilling. It's the end of your opponent's movement phase, and then you snap shoot with your Land Raider. This is near the beginning with shooting. What makes it an eligible target? Because with close quarters shooting, it is an eligible target, but... Okay, here. Select one enemy unit to be the target of that weapon unless otherwise stated. Each target must be visible, within range, unengaged. Maybe that's it? But none of that makes sense now, actually. Where was that? Select one enemy unit to be the target of that weapon. Unless otherwise stated, each target must be visible to the model, within range, and unengaged. Close quarters removes this. Some models are equipped with close quarters weapons in addition to other firearms. Such models can be an exception to the rules in the section, as you may not be able to select all of their weapons to make attacks with. I have no clue. I think it's possible. I'm leaning towards it's possible. It's possible to have a tank overwatch a squad it is in combat with, and potentially squads that are out of combat with it. When your opponent enter your opponent's movement phase, one friendly. Oh, no, never mind. This. There you go. We found it. You must not be engaged. Okay. We did it, channel. We did it. We did it. We found it. God. I love that feeling. Like this is that moment, man. The new rule is having to hunt for all the little components that are like, this is the situation you must be in. And it's like, okay, cool. Transports. Models have a transport capacity listed on their data sheet. This determines the type of maximum number of friendly models that are eligible to embark within them. More than one unit can be embarked within the same transport models at the same time, provided it has sufficient transport capacity before the battle and declare battle formation step. Units can start embarked within any friendly transport models that have sufficient transport capacity remaining for the whole unit. Oh no, are they about to do the thing where they let us take as many rhinos as we want? Once the first battle round is started, a friendly unit that is embarked within a friendly transport model after making normal advance or fallback move, if all of the following conditions apply. Wait, you can get out when you advance? I thought advance stopped it. Once the first battle round has started, a friendly unit can embark with... Oh, it can embark. Okay, yeah. After making a normal advance or fallback move, if all of the following conditions apply. Each model in that unit is within 3 inches of that transport. That unit was not set up on the battlefield this turn. That unit is eligible to embark within the transport as described on the transport's data sheet. That transport has sufficient remaining. So this is a friendly unit can embark within a friendly transport model. Oh, wait. So the friendly unit makes a normal advance or fallback to embark. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I knew this. This was the trick. You would advance with your Noise Marines to get to a Rhino. The Rhino would then move and you could just shoot with the Noise Marine guns inside. It's technically, depending on how they change firing deck, you could hard advance really good heavy weapon squads into a transport to then shoot their guns from the transport without the negative effect of advance. When a unit embarks, the active player removes that unit from the battlefield and places it to the one side. It is now embarked within the transport and is not on the battlefield. Disembarking. If the player's in the active player's movement phase, each friendly unit embarked within a transport model can disembark from it by making a disembark move. If a transport model is destroyed before removing it from the battlefield, the active player must make an emergency disembark move. So we've got that all down here. All of the following must apply. You are embarked. You did not embark this phase. That transport, and this is done in the movement phase, that transport has not made an advance or fallback move. Yep, perfectly fine. The unit is also set up as described in setup. Which is, I'm guessing, past here? Incoherency, unengaged, all the requirements and restrictions are met. Select disembark mode, rapid, if it made a normal move, or an Ingress move. So you can do it if the vehicle came in from Ingress. I wonder what the restriction on that is. We'll find out. Because right now, if I bring a Land Raider in from a table edge, I cannot put a unit closer than 9 to an enemy that disembarks from it. That way there's still a 9 preventative from enemies, but table edge doesn't matter. So they can technically bring a Land Raider in, I think 9 from a table edge, and then an extra 3 from the Land Raider. That way you can usually capture objectives that way. Set up each model in your unit wholly within the setup distance of that transport. If that transport made an Ingress move, this is rapid. This turn, each model must follow the same rules the transport had to follow. So yeah, had to solve while resolving that move. I wonder if that means you can't get outside of 6 of a table edge or outside of 9 of a table edge. Could be interesting. Each model can be set up engaged with one or more enemy unit. So combat, there's a combat version. Tactical, otherwise, if that transport remains stationary or has not been selected to move this phase yet, and if you are set up on the unit described below, you must select this mode. Otherwise, you must select this mode, make a hazard roll for each model in your unit. So you open with hazard, it looks like. You don't have to place then hazard. You actually open with hazard. Each model unit is set up engaged with one or more enemy units that the transport is engaged with. The unit is battle shocked until the end of the turn. It is not eligible to declare a charge. So you can just disembark in your move phase in combat with your opponent. Battle shocked, and then that's it. Select your unit to make a normal or advanced move if it's tactical until the end of the move turn. It's not eligible to declare a charge. Yeah, these are all basic. This is all very basic. This is just a very elaborate way to talk about it in its own terms. They've applied it as an action, whereas before this was all like its own rules page. But like this is the actual action you're taking involving the flow chart of possibilities. It's okay. It's better. A little bit better of a system. For those familiar with Age of Sigmar, this is basically how Age of Sigmar presented itself. It was like, if you could do a thing, we're turning it into an action that you can just do. Like one of these little squares that fully compiles the whole thing you can do. Your unit is embarked within a because these aren't actually actions. I want to be clear about that. There are things that can prevent you from taking actions, and actions also are like, you can't do 2 actions at once. These aren't really actions. This is just the ability, like the overall thing being applied to you within its own little pocket. Your unit, I believe. Warrior options, infantry, stats, dice, leadership. Yeah, it's just a condensed, this is what you're doing. Heroes of your army rarely fight alone. Some units have leader or support. Now they've made it so each squad can have 1 leader, 1 support. Of course, limitations will apply. Such units known as leader units and support units, respectively. Both of these abilities allow units to lead other friendly units and as bodyguard to form attached units. An attached unit is a single unit. For all rules purposes, leader and support units can only lead specific bodyguard units as listed in the Warhammer 40k app. I love that they're explicitly saying the app and not anything else. But yeah, this is common. This is the basic understanding we've had. It's just rather than having them all just be characters and that's that, they've made it a little bit more refined, I guess. Before the battle in the muster army step, the trick is for tournament play, any leader and support that's in a squad, that's it. Like you don't get the ability to remove them between rounds to maybe do different things with them, which is a little sad. I play Biosanctic, or I have a Biosanctic army for GSC. And one of my original ideas was there's these 2 leader types that can lead the Abominants or not the Abominants, the Aberrants. Aberrants? So whatever the big guys are. And they each do different things that are very specific. And I could always see a world where I would be completely fine putting the Biophagus, which is the little character you're seeing hop around as I talk, putting him in a different squad when I don't want him to be part of the larger squads. So like there was a situation there where I was like, that's kind of cool. And now it's just gone. Like if he's in one of the big squads, that's where he is for the rest of the game, or for all games you're playing, between 3 for a Rogue Trader tournament or like 6 about for a GT or even more. I think it's like 5 in general or something for a GT. No, they start early. I think it's like 6, and then there's usually like a final day for the top numbers. Before the battle in the muster army step for each leader and support unit in your army, you can select one friendly bodyguard unit to lead. Although it does say before the battle in the muster army step. That unit will lead that bodyguard unit for the battle and attached unit. Otherwise stated, each bodyguard unit can only have one leader, one support, attacking attached units. Each time an attack targets an attached unit, if that unit contains one or more bodyguard models, use the highest toughness characteristic of the bodyguard model in that unit while resolving that attack, even if the leader's support unit in that attached unit has a different toughness characteristic. This could be cool with some of the squads where, like, you can have like weird smaller bodyguard. Like there are odd situations. I think the Necron actually have one of these right now. It's from the Kill Team. It's like a character that get those. It's those weird little beetle creatures. Tomb crawlers. No, they can't be attached to anything. I thought they were able to. Oh, hang on. Unit can join one other unit from your army that is being led by a cryptic model. The start of your declare battle step formation. This unit can join one other unit from your army that is being led by a cryptic model. A unit cannot have more than one Tomb Crawler's unit joined to it and cannot have both a Tomb Crawler and Cryptothralls, which I'm guessing can do the same thing. This unit can join one other unit. Yeah, it can. What's the toughness on these? 4. Eh. Like, what are immortals? Actually, let's just see what the Geomancer can join, if anything. Yeah, immortals. So immortals are T5. Tomb Crawlers are T4. That's weird that Tomb Crawlers are T4. Tomb Crawlers are durable as hell in the Kill Team version of the game. So in this instance, you're rocking a Geomancer, a squad of Immortals, and Tomb Crawlers. You get to go with the T5. Like, you just get to go, yeah, I'm going T5 here. Because you get to pick the highest toughness out of the bodyguard, which is neat. It's a little interesting. I'm guessing there's, like, probably something in NIDS, too. Maybe like a Hive Guard situation. Attached units, T characters only contains leader support models. Use the highest T characters of those models while resolving the attacks instead. This means the leaders and support can't split. Rules that are triggered when a unit is destroyed are only triggered when the last model that started the battle in an attached unit is destroyed. Because attached units are now whole units, so you actually have to kill the characters and everything. But they do say last unit because you could always precision characters out. Keywords in attached units. An attached unit has all the keywords of all of its component units. As such, an attached unit is affected by any rule that applies to units with any of those keywords. Note the model and attached unit do not gain the keywords of other models in that unit that do not already have. Remember that attacks target units, not models. Okay. So this is intriguing. I still think a lot of the same stuff persists if this is the case. An attached unit has all of the keywords of all of its component units. So that's the overall unit. As such, an attached unit is affected by any rule that applies to units with any of those keywords. Note that models in an attached unit do not gain the keywords of other models in that unit that you do not already have. This is currently a thing in Thousand Sons, where if an Exalted Sorcerer on disc joins a squad of Enlightened, the Exalted Sorcerer has infantry, the Enlightened don't, which means you can't throw a squad of Enlightened in a Rhino. That's just straight up how that works. They also can't go through walls. It's a whole thing. But what I'm reading here is kind of the same because the infantry would be part of the squad, anti-infantry would work into it as well. If I have something that's like let's say the Demon Prince on foot out of Thousand Sons provides stealth to infantry, I could provide stealth to that squad so long as it is being led by a person with infantry as a keyword. But in that situation, the Exalted on disc, I think, has the grenades keyword, but none of the Zangor do. So if someone precisions the Exalted on disc out of the squad, I lose the grenades keyword. At least the access to it. Because it is model based. It's a model with the grenades keyword. But any rule that applies to units with those keywords, note the models in an attached unit. Models. Yep. So kind of simple, kind of basic. Like technically, if you're anti-psyker and I've already killed, like if I have a squad of rubrics, no leader in it, like no big leader, but the regular size leader. If you shoot that squad and I kill off the psychic leader out of that squad is now just rubrics, no psychic involved, I think. Although that might maintain it. Attached unit has all the keywords of all its component units. Well, but then the component of all of its component units. So units, not models, units. Such an attached unit is affected by any rules that applies to units or any of those keywords. I wonder if I kill the rubric sorcerer off, does the rubric squad still have psychic as a keyword? Even though psychic, I think, is only attached to the rubric. This could cause some oddities. I don't know. Ability rules that affect a single specified model from an enhancement or from an item of war gear only ever apply to that model, even when. Yep. Abilities and attached units. Abilities rules that affect a single specified model only ever apply to that model. Otherwise, abilities rules that affect a unit apply to every model in the attached unit until the source of that ability or rule is destroyed. This was something that prior to all this, people were like, oh, if I have this really cool power, like if I have an Exalted Sorcerer on foot in a Rubric squad and he dies, I still have the ability that allows my Rubrics to revive, right? No. No, it's gone. It's kind of the same as it was before. Destroying the thing that has the benefit still is a good idea. Abilities and attached units, leader support units. The last model in that leader support unit is destroyed. The last model. And then the bodyguard rules also go away. So, like Death Guard, they have that one guy who gets 4-up, feel no pain so long as he is bodyguard. That's it. Once the bodyguard are gone, you lose it. Even though you're not technically out of your... Technically, you're still part of the squad. You have no more bodyguard. So I think you just lose the 4-up, feel no pain. All the above cases, if the last model was destroyed as a result of the attack, the ability it was conferring upon the attached that applies to the unit attacking to... Yeah. And it's still the snapshot system. So it's not like if you kill the last bodyguard, the 4-up, feel no pain vanishes before the end of the attacks that are currently going at it. So it's all fine. Like, this is all fine. Placing units in strategic reserves. Before the battle in the declare battle formation step, you can select one or more friendly units, excluding fortifications, to place in strategic reserves instead of setting them up on the battlefield during deployment. Is this going to be a more simplified version of what we have? Because there's strat reserves and reserves right now, and you only have so many points. Like, you can only put I think like a quarter of your army into regular reserves, like walk-in off table edge reserves. And then you can put more into strat reserves, which strat reserves are people with things like deep strike and stuff. I think that's the case. You can go to half normally, but you can only go to a quarter if you don't have other types of things. Otherwise, stated combined points value of all your strategic reserve units, including those embarked within transports that are themselves placed in strategic reserve, cannot be 50%. Yeah, I think they just simplified it to 50%. Just 50% of your points can be in reserve. And it's all under one umbrella now. Some rules allow units to be removed from battlefield and placed in strategic reserves. Units that are such known as repositioned. In addition to any other rules that apply such rules, all the following rules must apply. If used in the movement phase, such rules cannot be used. If used in the such rules can be used on units that have already moved that phase. Okay. A repositioned unit that is set up in the same turn in which it made an advance, fallback, disembark has still... Hang on. Some rules allow to be removed from the battlefield and placed in strategic reserve during the battle. Units that use such rules are known as repositioned. I'm guessing this is going to be aircraft. In addition to any other rules that apply, all of the following rules apply to them. If used in the movement phase, so if put back into strategic reserve in the movement phase, such rules can be used on units that have already moved that phase. So you can move and then go back into reserve. I'm guessing there's things that can do that. Maybe. A repositioned unit that is set up in the same turn in which it made an advance, fallback, or disembarked has still made an advance, fallback, or disembark that turn. So if you're able to be, if you advance or fall back, get picked up, and then are somehow able to come back in that same turn. So, if it's like in the move phase and then in the fight phase, you appear somewhere else or something. I don't know many units that can do this. I'm guessing this is for new stuff that we're going to be seeing. When they are removed from the battlefield, any rules that are affecting such units for a specified duration or under specified circumstances continue to affect them while that duration and or circumstances apply. Okay. And a unit that was within range of an aura ability, when removed from the battlefield, will no longer be affected by the aura. If it is no longer within range of it when it makes an ingress move. But a unit that was battle shocked when removed from the battlefield would still be battle shocked if it makes an ingress move in the same turn. When would you test that? Oh, in the same turn, though, I get that. Can you test for battle shock when off field? Yeah, so you take battle shocks off field, I think. Active player must now make one battle shock roll for each unit in their army that fulfills one or more of the following conditions. At or below half, currently battle shocked. Says nothing about on field, off field. So yeah, you'll need to keep up with your battle shocks as well for stuff you have inside vehicles. Okay. Understandable. It's good. It's good to keep that going. Ah. Okay. Arriving from strategic reserves. To arrive from each unit must make an ingress move unless otherwise stated. So this is the deep strike that you can actually do at any point in time during your movement phase. Setup distance, 6 inches. I'm guessing this is table edge. 6 inch from table edge. And if the restrictions on hopping out of a vehicle are the same as the ingress, your unit is in strategic reserves, excluding units that are embarked within transports that are themselves within strategic reserves. The unit is setup described in setup. Set up your unit wholly within the setup distance of one or more battlefield edges and more than 8 inches horizontally from all enemy units. Before the third battle round, while doing so, no model can be set up within your opponent's deployment zone. After moving, unless otherwise stated, until the start of the next charge phase, your unit is not eligible to make any other type of move. Yep. Setup distance is 6, so 6 inches from table edge, 8 inch from people. And I do believe we did just read that disembarking units suffer the same restrictions. So you can't come in with a Rhino 6 and then drop a squad 3 inches ahead. Right? The transport model is destroyed. Embarking. If that transport made a normal or ingress move this phase, you must select this mode, rapid disembark. If the transport made an ingress move in this turn, each model must follow the same rules that transport had to follow while resolving that move. Yeah, okay. So you can't be closer than 8 if you pop out of a transport that is outside of 8. And I think you might be limited if it's a transport that can't deep strike. Since it says the transport, right? You have to follow the same rules of the transport. So if the transport is deep strike, technically you get conferred deep strike from the transport as you disembark in that same turn. So you'll be able to set up outside of 6 of a table edge, but of course within the 3 of the vehicle. Oh, combat disembark gets to go 6 inches. That's cool. Select disembark mode. Hold the phone. Before moving, select disembark mode. If the transport only made a normal or an ingress move. Okay, hang on. All the following must apply. Embarked, they are embarked, did not embark that phase. That transport has not made an advance or fallback move. So it hasn't made an advance. But what if it makes a normal? So it's made a normal move. Select a disembark mode. You could go here. It's POG. If that transport remains stationary, you could even go here. Or you can combat disembark. I mean, I don't know why you would do this. Or no, maybe okay. So if you move a transport to within, hang on. And you would never do this, so I don't know why I keep using Thousand Suns as an example. So if a Rhino normal moves its 12 and gets here, it's within 6 of an enemy unit. I mean, it's got to be outside of 2, right? So it's within 6 of an enemy unit. It ends its 12-inch move, normal move, not an advance, not a fallback. It ends it here. I then can choose, if I'm not mistaken, combat disembark. Now, I'm imagining Land Raiders with their assault things will let you not have to do this way. Or maybe they turn off the hazard roll and the battle shock. I don't know. But in this moment, I should be able to choose combat disembark. And if I choose combat disembark, each model engaged with one or more enemy the transport is engaged with. No, okay. No, okay. So if the transport's in engagement, I see. This is for when you're wrapped. If you're in a transport and the transport's wrapped by enemies and you're not leaving, that's when combat disembark occurs. Because then you basically appear on the other side of the enemies that have wrapped you, so long as 6 inches is a distance you can actually set up, and if not, then you can't even get out. You then take the hazard rolls, you then take the battle shock. You're not allowed to declare a charge, but you do set up in combat with that squad. Okay. Okay. A little bit more understandable. At the end of the third battle round, unless otherwise stated, all strategic reserve units that have not made one or more Ingress moves are destroyed. So, yep, third turn. Third battle round. Units embark within transports that have made an Ingress move during the battle. Repositioned units with the following exceptions. Units embarked within transports that have made an Ingress move, because you technically did it. Repositioned units. See opposite. Oh, that repositioned is uppy downy. Okay. I'm going to have to remember. Reposition is uppy downy. That's all I got to remember. Surge moves. Some rules allow you to make a surge move as described, as stated in the rules allowing this move. All the following apply. Your rule allowing this move type has been triggered. Your unit is not battle shocked, so you cannot surge from a battle shock. So blowing up a rhino filled with Khorne Berserkers and then shooting the Khorne Berserkers after the fact, good idea. Your unit is unengaged. Yep, your unit has not moved this phase. Select the closest enemy unit to the surge target. Each model must end its move engaged with the surge target if possible. Each model that cannot end its move engaged with the surge target must end its move as close as possible to the surge target. Your unit cannot be engaged with one or more enemy units that were not the surge target. Your unit cannot surge again this phase. So currently you can only surge with one target. But I'm not seeing that restriction here anymore. Granted, a lot of surge moves are built into ploys or stratagems, and you can only use the one stratagem. But there are units that have it built into their abilities. And it's closest enemy unit, not the unit that attacked you. You can only select one enemy unit to be the surge target. So if you have two squads next to each other, or a squad that's intermingled. Oh, whoa, that's actually a weird counter. Okay, check this out. That could be a weird counter. So, Rubric Marine Squad. And I do one of the funniest dumb things I was always thinking of doing. I throw a Demon Squad in and among them. Because you only have to be within 2 inches of each other and within 9 inches of your own bubble, right? So you do this. Normally this doesn't really help you in any way, shape, or form. Like, this is probably something you'll never see because it's kind of dumb, right? But you've got a guy outside of 2 inches, and you've, for sake of argument, this isn't a good idea or proper or whatever we want to consider this. You've shot at his squad. He's decided to blood surge. The closest enemy unit are these pink horrors. Okay? That's the closest enemy unit here. So I roll the dice for the blood surge, and it says I cannot end with an engagement of anything that isn't this pink horror squad, which means I cannot end with an engagement of this pink horror squad because I'll also be with an engagement of these Rubric Marines that are not the targetable closest target. I think this is how it's worded. Let's take another crack at this because this is a little interesting. So, surge move, maximum distance as stated in the rule allowing this move type, because sometimes it's a straight number, sometimes you have to roll a dice. All of the following apply. The rules allowing the move type has been triggered. Cool. Your unit is not battle shocked. Cool. You are unengaged. Cool. Your unit has not moved this phase. Cool. Because a disembark isn't considered a move, I don't think. Embark, is it? Wait, is it? Oh, no. Well, no, that's a combat. Oh, no. I mean, if you emergency disembark, you also wouldn't be... Wait a second. Wait a second. Is this a redundancy? Let me take a look at something. World Eaters. Is it Berserker Warband that gets this? Which Berserker Warband is it where something inside of a rhino gets to pop out and then surge or something? Each World Leader's unit disembarks from your model after it makes a normal move that is still eligible to declare no. From your army, one friendly transport that it was able to embark within a World Leader's unit wholly within 6 inches transport, it can embark within it. One World Leader's Rhino model from your army that has not been selected to move this phase. One World Leader's unit within your Rhino can disembark. When doing so, models in the unit can be set up anywhere on the battlefield wholly within 6 of the Rhino and can be set up within engagement of one. That's not it. It's not Gortrak. One of these, I could have swore it was Berserk Warband. I guess it's because Khorne Berserkers have the Blood Surge built in. Vessels of Wrath, maybe. I don't know. Maybe they don't have it. Or is it built into the actual Rhino? Oh, okay. If your opponent's move phase, each time an enemy unit is set up or ends a normal advance or fallback move within 9, any units embarked within this Rhino will disembark or can disembark. So they would disembark. And then I think if they get shot, that's what causes them to do a little blood surge. Just a little blood surge. Just a little baby blood surge. If your opponent's shooting phase, each time an enemy unit has shot, if any model from this unit was destroyed. Okay, yeah. It works then. I thought there was one where if you shoot one of their transports, they disembark and blood surge you. But that's not the case. You have to get within 9, they disembark, and then if you shoot them, they blood surge you. I don't know. Seems weird. Each model must then move with engage with a surge target. Each model must end its move engaged with the surge target. So in my instance, in the little thing I've just created, the pink horrors are the surge target. Each model that cannot end its move engaged with the surge target must end its move as close as possible to the surge target. Your unit cannot be engaged with one or more enemy units that were not the surge target. Your unit cannot move again this phase. Okay, so this actually doesn't work, I don't think. Let's take a look at it. So you have to move as close as you can, and you cannot move as long as you end with an engagement, and you cannot move within engagement of something that isn't your target. That doesn't mean you have to be here. That does mean you have to check the 2-inch and then go as close as you can, and then that's where you end. You're still within engagement of the pinks, but you're also out of engagement with the rubrics. But this does mean in the actual follow-up phase, the only thing that's going to kind of swing at you first from the whole like, oh, I'm in melee with you, are going to be these pinks, right? Because these guys are still out of engagement of you. So it comes down to the pile-in. And if it's your turn, which it wouldn't be because you surged, the pinks would pile in first, which could lock down most of your wall. Or you choose not to pile in the pinks, and then your opponent would choose to pile in, which could put them into engagement with the rest of the stuff. The only time that this is, and the thing that makes me think this could never happen properly, right, is you would have to the exact measurement, have each one of these units be perfectly distanced, which is, I think, impossible without like nanotechnology kind of bullshit. Because it still doesn't work, because there's still a world where there's a 2-inch here that is not a 2-inch here. So the surge would end here. And as long as one person is able to surge, like he's in combat with this, not this. And the same thing applies here. There's a 2-inch here, but then you pull it back a little bit. Like there's, like this is 2-inch to that. If you come over here, it pulls back, because I mean that's how math works. Which just means the tip of your base is there only in combat with him, not in combat with these two. Okay. So you can't necessarily game this system by like absolutely preventing a blood surge. So that's cool. Flying models. This is a big one for a lot of people, especially the Tau. Because you just declare that you're doing, and it's only normal, advance, fallback, or charge, which is basically everything. You declare that you're taking to the sky, and you subtract 2 from your total move. So 18 if you're hovering a Helldrake. And then you just get picked up and get put back down. That's perfectly fine. Aura abilities. Blah, 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 blah. While a model with an aura ability is on the battlefield, is always within range of its own aura. Yep. A unit can be affected by more than one aura ability at a time, but if the unit is within range of the same aura more than once, that aura ability only applies the once. No changes here. Faction abilities. Some abilities are common to each other, belong to a particular faction, and are listed in the faction abilities. Other than units faction ability can only apply if the army faction you selected while mustering your army makes a faction keyword listed on that unit's data sheet. Yep. Psychic abilities. Abilities tagged with the word psychic are psychic abilities. Good. Each of those wounds is said to be inflicted by a psychic attack. So a psychic ability. So Doombolt is considered a psychic attack. So if you have a feel no pain against psychic attacks, then you have a feel no pain against Doombolt. That's just how it is. Abilities that are gained when a unit or one of its models has particular item or war gear. War gear ability is listed in the ability war gear. If the unit has item or war gear, that war gear ability opposed. Yeah, this is all common. Plunging fire. +1 to your ballistic skill. I thought it was +1 to hit. But it's +1 to your ballistic skill, which is so much more horrifying, in my opinion. Ooh, towering keyword in the target unit is within 12. So you don't get +1 to ballistic unless you're within 12 with a towering unit. So there is a little bit of a downside. I thought it was just you had it, but I guess it is within 12. Not bad. So yeah, knights have to be within 12. Everything else just has to be above 3 inches, which is usually floor number 1 for average terrain. In the declared battle formation step, here we go. All aircraft must be placed in strategic reserve. So if I am running one Helldrake as aircraft and one on field as hover, aircraft units are only eligible to make an Ingress move. They are not eligible to make any other type of move. At the end of your opponent's turn, all aircraft units your army that are on the battlefield must be placed in strategic reserve. Each time a unit makes any type of move, its models can be moved through aircraft models. Each time a unit makes a pile and consolidate surge move, unless that unit has fly while making that move, ignore aircraft units. Enemy units and determine the closest enemy unit for the sake of aircraft. Being engaged solely with one or more aircraft unit does not prevent a unit from being eligible to make a normal advance or fallback move. Shooting. The plunging fire rule has no effect on attacks made by or targeting aircraft units. So aircraft don't get plunging? Okay. Charging and fighting. Aircraft units are not eligible to declare a charge and can only make melee attacks if they target the flying unit. Only flying units can select aircraft units as charge targets, and only flying models can make melee attacks target aircraft. What do they... Aircraft have to have massive changes. Because they also didn't say anything about the hover keyword yet. Maybe we'll see that later. But right now, as it stands, you can only make an Ingress move, which means you just appear. And you have to appear outside of 8 inches of all enemies. Declare all aircraft have to be strategic. Aircraft units are only eligible to make an Ingress move. I'm guessing a lot of the rules for aircraft, that's like if you fly over units, you do this. Instead, it's going to be within a certain range as you appear. You pick a unit that suffers your ability. Like the Thousand Suns one can strip cover. The Emperor's Children one does mortals. There's got to be something, because if not, all aircraft need massive reductions in points costs because half their abilities will no longer work. Some unit makes pile in, consolidate, or surge move, because I'm also not seeing hover again. So hopefully that's not the case here. Unless that unit can fly. So they just appear, they do something, then in the opponent's end of turn, they vanish. They don't get plunging fire, and plunging fire doesn't work on them. And you need fly if you want to charge. And then that's literally it. They're just like, ha, and then they move on. Many of the core abilities listed at sheet, weapon abilities listed in weapon profiles. Weapon abilities are presented in square brackets like blast weapons. Yeah, we already know a lot of this. Ooh. Ooh, new stuff for us. Lethal hits vehicle, which means you can get lethal hits, but only into vehicle. Oh, I like it. I like that we're actually going to be making it so certain keywords only negatively affect certain things. Oh, I like it. There's going to be so many changes. Dude, the day this happens, you need to check every single data sheet for everything you have in your army, because holy shit, there should be a lot of crazy weird changes. Because, like, sustained hits only into infantry and beasts, not swarm? Like, okay. Multiple instances of the same core abilities or weapon abilities are not cumulative, regardless of any number of keywords included in them and such. Their controlling player must select each. Multiple instances of core abilities that include a number are duplicated, even the number varies. However, if the case of scouts, you may select the lowest number not shared by every model, or you must select the lowest. So if I have a scout 8 leader and a bunch of scout 6 soldiers, we have to scout 6. Multiple instances of weapon abilities that include a number sustained hits 1 are duplicated, even if the number varies. The controlling player would have to select between sustained hits 1, sustained hits 2, if you have, like, basically the same, which this is mostly related to if you have, like, an aura of sustained hits 1, but your unit has sustained hits 2 on it. Although the Demon Detachment Emperor's Children specifically says if you already have a sustained hits rule, you increase it to a sustained hit on 5, like a crit 5 sustained hit. Multiple instances of weapon abilities that include a keyword are duplicated even if the keyword varies. Anti-vehicle, yeah. So they just want to verify. You just can't get the best of everything. You can't additive anything. It's just, you have to pick and choose. Anti. The ability always takes the form anti something. Each time an attack made with an anti-weapon, if the target unit keyword is noted, X, an unmodified wound roll. So, yep. So it's just a wound roll. It's considered crit, so that's still a thing. So having anti plus dev, brutal. Assault. Units containing one or more models with an assault weapon can shoot using assault shooting, which is the only way to shoot after advancing. For most people, each time you gather attack dice for a blast weapon, add 1 additional attack dice for every 5 models that were in the target unit in the select target step, rounding down. If the ability takes the form Blast X, each time you gather additional attack dice, add X additional attack dice. Nothing's changed. Blast dice is what it is. Cleave is the new melee blast. Each time you gather attack dice for cleave weapon, if you only select 1 target for all the attacks, add X additional attack dice. Oh, for every 5 models, yeah. But you have to single target it. You can't split these up. Close quarters, the new pistol rule. Units containing 1 or more models of close quarters weapons can shoot using close quarters. When using shooting type, for each model in that unit, excluding monstrous vehicles, you can only select one of the following to make the attacks: 1 or more of its close quarters weapons, 1 or more of its other ranged weapons. Yeah, so this is the condensed version of what was. You can either shoot all your pistols or everything that's not a pistol. Deadly Demise, still in the game, baby. Did they change the roll number, or is it still up on a 6? Yep. All negatives on a 1. Does your tank blow up on a 6? Each time a model in this unit is destroyed after the units embarked within it have made their emergency disembark move, roll 1d6. On a 6, the model suffers a deadly demise. Each unit within 6 inches of the model suffers a number of mortal wounds. Oh, no. I think the models that get out get hit by the deadly demise now. They used to not. I mean, they would take more damage in general, but I think instead of having that multi-layered escape, emergency disembark. Your unit is set up as scribe, making a hazard roll for each model in the unit before. Set up the models wholly within the setup distance of the transport, which is 6 inches. And as close as possible to the transport. Each model that cannot be set up in this way is destroyed. Your unit is battle shocked until the end. Yeah, there's nothing here that says you don't take the explosion. So you have to still emergency disembark just like you would normally. But then you're also going to be taking the deadly demise on top of it. as opposed to having a higher chance at getting mortals. Ooh, that's so bad. On a 6, that model suffers a deadly demise. Each unit within 6 inches of that model suffers a number of mortal wounds. Crazy. First, an unresolved attack made by attacking units are resolved. Then the intercessors make an emergency disembark. Then the roll is made for the deadly demise ability. On a 6, the ability is resolved. Finally, the impulsors. Yeah. That. Okay. Deep Strike. Each type of fixed ingress. If every model in that unit has the ability, it can be set up anywhere on the battlefield that is more than 8. Yep. Dev Wounds. Each time the attack is made with devastating wounds weapon, the results in a critical wound. The attack sequence for the attack ends, and the target unit suffers a number of mortal wounds equal to D. They're inflicted after resolving any normals. Mortal wounds inflicted by devastating wounds weapons can damage a maximum of 1 model for each critical. So still the reduction so that you can't decannon freaking 6 damage into a bunch of 1 health dudes for a single shot and just wipe 6 people out. They're sticking to their guns, and I like it. I like this approach a little bit better. Although I do also like the abominations, the freaking Chaos Knight abominations, the abominants that have the weapons that can do a ton of mortals with no AP. Extra attacks. Same thing here. These models will make attacks with those weapons in addition to any others. In the select step, for each of those models, you must select all of the models' extra attack weapons, one of the models' other melee weapons if possible. Wait a second. Each time a unit containing 1 or more models with an extra attacks weapon fight, those models will make attacks with those weapons in addition to any others. In the select weapon step, for each of those models, you must select all of that model's extra attacks weapons and one of that model's other melee weapons. Okay, yeah. So it's just additive. Still the same. Although, this is intriguing. Attacks with those weapons in addition to any others. I think this got buffed. Yeah, I think this got buffed. Extra attacks, as of right now, you cannot add more attacks to the extra attacks profile. You can change anything but the amount of attacks the extra attacks come with. This is not saying that anymore. Models will make attacks with those weapons in addition to any others. All of the model's extra attack weapons and one of the standard. Holy shit. So there's this, the rumor is that a lot of detachments are going to be removed and replaced by new ones that they've been showing us. So there was already in the Chaos Space Marines a detachment meant for vehicles that's a little bit Vashtor focused. In melee, if you do the Vashtor enhancement, you get +2 to your attacks of your weapon profiles, which currently with a Defiler would be like a lot of decent attacks on your main weapons, and then you get your 5 extra attacks on your melee. This would also increase 2 on that melee weapon that gets sustain 2 if it crit hits you on a strength 12 AP 2 damage 2. You get 2 more attacks on top of the 5 you already have. Because this is not saying it's limited to its attack profile. That might change. I don't know. Because this could be very strong in certain situations to be able to access +2 to your attack profile. This ability, Feel No Pain. This ability takes the form of Feel No Pain X. Each time a model with this ability would lose a wound. Yep, Feel No Pain is what it is. Fights first. You just have fights first, so you'll fight in the fights first step. It is reduced, so fights first now is no longer hyper defensive. It is more of a free counter attack, which, yeah, I mean, it's okay. It's definitely going to change a lot of people's strategies, but still, it's a free 2 CP action is already having this. The ability always takes the form of firing deck X in your shooting phase. Each time the transport is selected to shoot, if 1 or more units in the embarked within, resolve the following sequence. Select up to X models embarked within the transport. For each selected model, select one of its ranged weapons, no one-shots. Until the transport has resolved all of its attacks, if it has all of those selected weapons in addition to its other weapons until the end of the turn, units embarked within the transport are not eligible to shoot. Until the end of the turn. So I'm guessing this is to prevent some kind of shooting phase shenanigans where you shoot with the transport, spend a command point maybe, drop everyone out, and then shoot with everyone inside. That's what that is. But it still allows you to advance with a heavy weapons unit, like a weapons unit that has big things you want to shoot out. Like the ability to sprint that up the field with an advance roll, get into a rhino, and then use two of those big guns from the back of the rhino unaffected by the advance roll. That still exists within this. Hazardous. Each time a unit selected to shoot or fight, after the unit is resolved, make a hazardous roll, which is on a 1 or 2 now. More dangerous, but less damage. In your shooting phase, each time an attack is made with, well, more dangerous for 1 health units, definitely. 1 health units are going to want to rethink hazardous going forward. Each time an attack is made with a heavy weapon, add 1 to the hit roll if any of the following is true. Not engaged. Was not set up. And has not moved more than 3. So you do still get a little bit of a readjust if you want your +1 to hit. So this is actually, I don't know if Aaron's in here. But this means, because I think the Doomsday Arc has heavy on it, right? So if you set your Doomsday Arc well enough, where all you need is a 3-inch move to pop slightly out, you don't lose your heavy. So, like, that's super huge. I'm going to send that to him. Yeah. Yeah, and then you can spin, too. That's fucking crazy, actually. Oh, hover still exists. Hover is not what I thought it was. What, dude, what's changing? Some airborne vehicles can use vectored thrusters or anti-gravity technology to hover and skim over the battlefield, the better to hunt their prey or deploy. Each time this unit takes to the skies, do not... Is hover still going to let me choose not to be an aircraft? It does... Like, what's happening? I want to know! Aircraft units are only eligible to make an ingress move. They are not eligible. Aircraft fulfill... That's not how you spell fulfill. Is it? Is this British fulfill? Am I crazy? Ah, no, yeah. You can single L it. When did this happen? When did single L become a thing? Yep, standard UK. A unique but limited role in the Warhammer 40k battlefield is hurling through the skies. They duel, safe, blah, blah, blah. Deployment, battle formation. All aircraft units must be placed in strategic reserve. Aircraft units are only eligible to make ingress moves. They are not eligible to make any other moves at the end of your opponent's. They say nothing about being able to turn off aircraft if you have hover. But if you have hover, you don't subtract the 2. You just declare take to the skies. So what are they giving hover? Each summon attack, or Or are Helldrakes not going to be aircraft anymore? Are Helldrakes not going to... No, there's a Helldrake there. But are they not going to be considered aircraft anymore? Dude, I need to know. Because this is meaningless on a Helldrake. If the Helldrake is only ever aircraft. Each time attack is made with an ignore cover weapon, the target cannot have the benefit of cover. So flamethrowers shouldn't have this on anymore. This should be not on flamethrowers. But it's nice to have the little icon that has ignore cover with all the bolt guns. That's great. Cannot have the benefit, including from rules that give model a unit that give a model or unit the benefit of cover, such as stealth. Units containing one or more models with indirect fire weapons can shoot using indirect shooting. Yep. Infiltrate. Ooh, infiltrate's just like Deep Strike. It's 8 instead of 9 now. That's nice. That's so much more aggressive. Probably not like massively useful, but like, eh. Each time an attack is made with a lance weapon, if the attacking model's unit made a charge move this turn, add 1 to the wound roll. Yep, perfectly fine. Leader. Yep, we know this. Lethal hits. Each time an attack is made with lethal weapon and the critical hit, you can choose. This is big. This is big. Originally, it was forced on you, and I had a lot of access to lethal hit dev, and I hated it. I hated having lethal hits and dev. That's actually on the Terminator Sorcerer Lord. If he's in a squad, he gets lethal hits and dev. And when you're shooting into vehicles, I think the AP is okay. Like, it's still struggle bus. Like, you still kind of have that moment. You still have that moment of like, do I do it? Because it's AP3. I guess if the vehicle has a good invulnerable that makes it so like technically your AP3 is like AP1, then yeah, you want a dev instead. So the having the choice, really good, in my opinion. Really good. Unless part of an attached unit, this unit is not visible to enemy units unless they're within 12 inches of this unit. It cannot be targeted by indirect fire rules unless within 12. The ability takes the form of lone operative X unless part of the attached unit. This unit is not visible to enemy models that are within X. So there's limited lone op, which is cool. Melta. Oh, so Melta is damage, or is it still damage? Yeah, it's still damage. So it's still bonus damage. But it's not what you think it is. Oh, they kind of nerfed it a little bit. Takes form Melta X. Each time a model makes a Melta weapon, if the target is half range, the weapon select target step unit, the attack unit has been resolved. Add X to the weapon's D. So currently, the Melta damage isn't considered part of the D. So if you have something that reduces the D, it doesn't reduce Melta. Now it will. But I think that's why they got rid of the halving. Because that was the whole thing, right? It was, if you had someone like the old Necron Lords where they were like half damage, if you added the Melta in, it was still nice, but Melta 2 would just become Melta 1, like guaranteed every time. But that back then, if it was like Melta 4, it was Melta 4 because that was not weapon damage. But now they're putting it in. So Avatar of Cain still has halving. He might get reduced to minus. There's no way. We have to have a ton of index card. We have to have a ton of card changes going forward. One shot is what it is. They even added in the thing they had to forcibly add to it because of the GSC. They finally clarified one shot weapons. If you use them, die, and come back, you have your one shot weapon again. I think. If a destroyed model is returned to a unit, all of its one shot weapons. Oh no, they got rid of it. If a new unit is added to a army, all one-shot weapons that unit selected with makes... So it's not if you're returned to the squad, it's if the squad returns, which is more the GSC approach. Okay. Pistol. Pistol and close quarters are identical for all rules. So they're not going to be changing everyone's data slates. So they want to make sure pistol and close quarters is a redundancy. Just like grenades and explosive. Precision. This is my baby. While resolving attacks, because I want to run my Tzaangor Enlightened list, which is 2 squads of 12 melee precision, 2 squads of 6 melee precision, 2 squads of 6 ranged precision. While resolving attacks made with 1 or more precision weapons at the start of the allocation step, if the target unit contains 1 or more character models visible to 1 or more of the attacking models, the active player can select 1 allocation group that contains 1 of those visible character models. So it's an allocation group that involves the character. So this can only really be mitigated if you have a character that has the same health, save, and invulnerable as another character. That's kind of the only way to hide the character, because then I think you could put them in the same group together. If they do, until the end of the text resolves, or until the character group is destroyed, that character group is the current allocation target. It's good. It's still good. Because the abilities don't persist if the character dies. I thought they would, at which point precision was pointless, but precision's still really good. It's just now supposedly, I guess, if I target your Chronomancer out of your Wraith squad, your Wraiths will just bring it back eventually when you roll for it, right? Like that, there's only a limit. There's a limit to what I can do. I could get rid of your Chronomancer, and then I have to, like, shred your Wraiths, and if I don't, you could just bring him back. Right? Like, that's how that works. Because it's all part of the squad. We gotta get to revive. Each time an attack is made with a psychic weapon, you can ignore any or all modifiers to ballistic skill or weapon skill. Yep. Attacks made with psychic weapons are known as psychic attacks. I like it. Hooray. Rapid fire. So it's ballistic or weapon skill and hit roll. Okay, good. The ability always takes form of rapid fire X. If the target's unit was within half range, add the amount of attacks. Rapid fire, unchanged. Scout. In the resolve pre-battle ability step, your whole unit wholly within the deployment zone. Your unit... Oh, so you can't scout if you're outside your deployment zone anymore. Your unit moves as described in moving. Your unit must be more than 8 inches horizontally from all enemy units. If it's embarked within a dedicated transport, that unit is wholly within your deployment zone. Every model within that dedicated transport has a scout ability. That dedicated transport can make a scout move. If that unit is in strategic reserves, you can set it up anywhere. Wholly within your deployment zone. Oh, okay. They've kind of expanded it too. If that unit is in strategic reserves, you can set up that unit anywhere that is wholly within your deployment zone. If every model has the ability, you can do one of the following. In the resolve pre-battle abilities step. Okay, so you can technically leave all of your scouts off field. I don't know why you would do this, but you could leave your scouts off field in strategic reserve. I guess there's got to be a scout unit that this will be useful for. I guess with rhinos, right? No, because the unit has to have it. If that unit is embarked within the dedicated transport, all right, and it has to be in your, yeah, so it doesn't, tanks don't matter. If the unit is wholly within your deployment, I can make a scout move. Okay, so this is just I hold these guys until you're done setting up kind of situation. But it can only do one of the following. So you either set up anywhere in your deployment zone after your opponent's fully set up. You can do the scout move. Or you can make a tank that's on field that's a dedicated transport specifically with only scouts in it, scout. Scout expansion's good. I don't know the value of this. We'll see with certain units, I guess. If every model in the unit has the ability, each time, yeah, you just get benefit of cover now. Nice. And that's not armor. Armor save is very hard to manipulate, it looks like, which is good. I like that going forward. Having it all be about hit over armor save feels a lot better. I'm going to tell you why it feels a lot better. All you have to do at this point is basically say, like, your AP, like, firing my guns at you, 6 AP1. That's all you got to tell me. All you got to tell me is 6 AP1. Just say AP1, and I'll just roll. And I won't have to think, like, oh, do I have cover? Oh, like, I won't have to go through any of that rigmarole of, like, do I get the reduction? Do you see any guys on your side where you're like, those 3 guys will have cover? No. Just hit me with the nonsense. Models in that unit can move through models, including... So, Super Heavy Walker. This is the big guys. Each time a unit with this ability can make a normal advance or fallback move. Not charge. Charge is not involved in this. Models in that unit can move through models, including monster vehicle models, but excluding Titanic, and can move horizontally through sections of terrain features that are 4 inches height or less in height. Before moving that unit, you can select for all models in that unit to have the mobile keyword, a unit that moves. If you do that, move ends, roll 1d6 on a 1 that you... Yeah, so this is... Mobile lets you go through walls of all heights, and this one is how you get your on a 1 battle shock situation, which is more dangerous now. I don't like that this is including monsters and vehicles, because I could have swore we already went over that monsters and vehicles can move through each other already. I could have swore that was something we came to as a conclusion after one entire section going over this. This wasn't in the normal rules. This was in the post rules. Placing terrain, level of control, using strats, performing actions, moving monsters and vehicles. Each time you make a normal advance move with a unit, monster vehicle models in that unit can be moved through friendly and enemy models. Excluding... Oh, okay, so they're still stuck. They still fuck each other. Forgot about that. I guess fly gets around it, but that's probably in the fly keyword section. Each time attacks, weapons, results in critical hit. The attack results number, yep, so sustain, still the same. Torrent. Each time attack is made with a torrent weapon, the attack automatically hits the target. Cool. Each time attack is made with a twin-linked weapon, you can reroll the wound. Yep, still the same. Holy crap. We're no longer in this. Which means fly was actually up here, right? Models with fly keyword units. Models parts fly. Some rules refer to models flying units. Each time a flying unit is selected, normal advance. Okay. Okay. So even if you have a vehicle that can fly, you have to use the fly ability in order to go past other vehicles. Okay. You can't just be like, oh, well, this is fly, so I can go over top, which is what you can do now. Flying vehicles can just move over other vehicles, but you have to actually subtract the 2. Okay. Starting strength, half strength, number of models a unit contains at the start of the first battle round is the starting strength. We looked at this because we were wondering about the solo units that aren't characters. So, yeah, this is basically verifying that if you have one guy in a squad and that is where he starts, like that is day one, before he's even put on the field, if he's just a one-man unit, not a character or a vehicle, as long as it's one model, your strength is based on your wounds. If you are a squad, anything over equal to or over 2 guys, as long as you are at half, you are taking battle shocks. Adding a new unit to your army. So this is important. New unit. Some rules add units to your army. The unit's starting strength is determined when it's added to the army, but is otherwise determined in the same way as for other units. Destroyed. Throughout the battle, models will suffer damage, lose wounds, and destroyed. Whenever any model in a unit has been destroyed, that unit is destroyed. When a model destroyed, first resolve any rules that are triggered. When it is destroyed, then it is removed from the battlefield, and any such rules apply. The model was destroyed as a result of an attack. Unless otherwise stated, those rules are resolved. Model is only removed after the attacking unit's attacks have been resolved. Unless otherwise stated, destroyed models and units cannot use abilities or be selected or targeted by rules. This is kind of important because if you split fire into a vehicle that you blow up first and it actually explodes, you technically can't pick that vehicle up for the deadly demise and even roll the deadly demise until the rest of the shooting into other nearby units is resolved. Different move characteristics when making a normal or advanced move. Different models in the movement. Different moves. Maximum move. Different M characteristics. Maximum distance for the move will be different for the models. For example, if you make a normal move, all models M characteristic is 6, but there's a guy with 9. That model's maximum distance for that move is 9, while the others, so every model is what their move is. Eligible to fight, but unable to fight. During the fight sequence, with the sequence returns, players select if all players' units are eligible to fight, are more than 5 inches from all enemy units, that player can instead choose to pass and return. So this is if you're in a weird situation where you charged, and then whatever you charged died, like charge mortals, and then there's nothing within 5 inches of you at all. You're not stuck in a loop of like, well, we can't continue because I have to do one of these, and I can't do any of them. No, it just says no. Stop it. Mixed keywords in units. Some units can contain models that have different keywords, either because they are an attached unit or the result of separation list, their datasheet and or items or war gear. While this is the case, such a unit has all the keywords of all of its models, but its models do not get the keywords of other models in that unit that do not already have. So some units contain models that have different keywords. And or while this is the case, such a unit has all of... So while this is the case is a key thing here. While this is the case, I think is related to this. Or any of this, really. So while this model is part of the unit, the whole unit has the keyword. Let me look something up. This would be the instance of if an Exalted Sorcerer is on disc is leading Tzaangor Enlightened with bows. If the Sorcerer dies to precision, the squad loses infantry, therefore anti-infantry won't work going forward. Is what I'm thinking is the case here. The only other one that matters in my head is the Rubric Marines, who as of right now, no Rubric Marines are Psykers. Only the aspiring sorcerer leader is a Psyker. So if you shoot that squad and I kill the Psyker out of that squad, if you have anti-Psyker stuff, that anti-Psyker stuff no longer affects this squad. So objectives will be able to be put outside of terrain areas. That could be cool. When a rule revive, resurrects, or returns models to a unit, that specified number of destroyed models are added to the unit. This cannot expand a unit beyond a starting strength. Such models are added with all war gear and enhancements they started the battle with, and unless otherwise stated, they are returned with their full wounds remaining. Models returned to a unit of the battlefield must be set up in coherency. They can be engaged if the unit is engaged. If a leader or support model in an attached unit is destroyed and subsequently revived, it is still part of that attached unit, but must be returned to if possible. So that's revived. And they did say that healing revives, right? Although I'm not seeing that here. We'll look that up in a second. Is a unit with no ranged weapons eligible to shoot in the controlling player's shoot phase? Yeah. When a unit's shooting close quarters, can monster vehicle models in my unit target an engaged unit with blast weapons? No. When my unit shoots an engaged monster vehicle, can models in my unit... Yeah, you just can't shoot blast into combat. That's still a thing. Can a unit that is eligible to make an overrun fight be selected to do so if it's not also eligible to fight? No. Sometimes a unit can become engaged after the start of the fight step, but then become unengaged later in the step. If this happens and is no longer eligible to fight, it cannot make an overrun fight. Okay. Can a unit embark within a transport after making a scout? Can a unit embark within a transport after making a scout move? No. Scout moves happen in the resolve pre-battle ability step, which comes after the declare battle formation step and before the begin battle step. I'm thinking they're wondering if you can just scout move and it's considered a move, but it's not. It's not like a normal move or advance or fallback. It's a scout move. So wait, where's the part where it says healing brings back models? The word heal isn't even in the rules. Leader and support units, same way some bodyguard units have the ability to enhance power of those leading. The rules destroy that. Unit continues. Okay, the rules on the left mean that once the model conferring such effects are destroyed, that attached unit does not continue the benefit from them. Should those models later be revived, however, those abilities will once more apply to their attached unit. So everyone's saying healing brings stuff back, which I'm sure they've heard, and I'm sure it was witnessed in maybe that day of playing games. But where's that info? Because if we're down here in the revive section, that's just revive. I'm guessing it's going to be on people's cards. If they can heal, it'll be like, oh, heal X amount of wounds, and as you're doing it, bring back units. Just like the Necron rule, but then like everyone has it? Or is it just that the Necron rule, because it heals and the attached unit is always a unit, then the leader just comes back? This does make Necrons crazier. Because right now, my main thing is that precision is really the way to like handle Necron a bit. If you have high speed and then precision, you can just rip the leaders out of squads, which really drastically reduces their power. But this just makes that not viable anymore. Because like, what are you gonna do? You kill the Chronomancer, and then kill one Wraith. If you kill one Wraith, I mean that's fine, but there doesn't seem to be anything that says like you have to bring people back in a certain order. Which in my opinion means you're still one Wraith down, you just bring back your Chronomancer. And it's like, whatever. Yeah, but I think precision's not scary to you anymore, right? Like, the fact that you can just bring your leaders and support models back, you just don't care anymore. It's like, oh no, I lost my guy. It's like, I have to do that and have follow-up. I have to have both. I can't not have both. I have to have the turn where I precision your Chronomancer out, and then I Forge Fiend down most of your Wraiths. Yeah, that's the other thing. Will the healing bring the leaders back? Because this is what people were saying, right? That healers bring back units. That was the whole thing. That's why we thought that the Thousand Sun rule for healing was really good, because you could have an Exalted Sorcerer in a 10-man squad. He brings back 2 guys and then heals when he casts a spell, bringing back more, and then the Sorcerer leader in the squad heals again when he does a spell and brings back more. You could take a 10-man squad, lose like 5 guys out of it, and then next turn get 5 guys back. Which, that feels a little broken. So yeah, this is per the live battle report. I'm guessing it's going to be in the information for the ability, is what I'm thinking. Because there's nothing in this entire rulebook that talks about healing. There's not a single damn... We'll have to see. But there's nothing in here about healing at all. Not a single statement of how health is applied back into squads to bring back units. My guess is when they did it, it was probably with like what is it? What are they called? An apothecary or something. And that the apothecary explicitly says, roll a D3, and that's how many wounds return to the squad in the form of people being brought back, potentially. Or it's like, oh, if you're missing units, the amount of wounds that come back can equate to like an extra person, or 1.5 people or something. It's probably that. But there's nothing in here. This is just about revival. I'll have to see, man. That's crazy. It's crazy, though. Which is, again, seeing the Necron rule as well. Because the Necron rule is just the squad brings back D3 wounds into it of people. And if that's the case, like, your leaders can living metal, so why not? Like, why wouldn't they be able to come back in the squad if they're part of the squad? It's not like they leave the squad, and they do talk heavily about bringing leaders and supports back from revival. So I feel like that is going to be part of it. Yeah. Which, in that case, GSC units, if you precision their leaders out, will also be able to get them back if they are neophyte. If it's like a neophyte with an icon, unless that changes. This is crazy, though. It's cool that the rulebook dropped today. So at the very least, I have most of a month to test things. Like, again, we can run through it. I like the fast rolling idea. I do actually like the fast rolling idea. And we need to know more about the aircraft then. Because right now, this bad boy is an aircraft with hover. And if hover lets you go over buildings without reducing your movement by 2, and aircraft doesn't let you move, what are we even talking about anymore? I gotta repaint the gold on the tips of this. Ugh. That sucks. I mean, it is what it is. The bin that I put it in has to pressure it down. But yeah, fast rolling is good. Because again, in this instance here, it's about organizing. So your opponent collects all their dice. That's not what this is. This is going to be something in a second. Your opponent collects all their dice for all their guns and all their sections. You then have to declare your sections. So in this instance of what this squad is, which can you guys see? No, let me move it up here. This can be separated as Ahriman, because Ahriman has a 4-up invuln. This guy, because he has a 5-up invuln, same toughness as the Rubric Marines, but he has 3 health instead of 2. And then the rubrics can all be put in their own group. Even though there's a Soul Reaper cannon, it's still just related to wound count, toughness, wound count, save, and invulnerable is the way it's supposed to go. Wound count, save, and invulnerable. And when you're shooting as the opponent, if this guy was T5 and these guys were T4, you as the opponent could choose the T5 as the source of toughness that the incoming attacks have to deal with. Not the case here. Everyone's T4. So all of a sudden they roll all their dice for like one of their big attacks. And this is what it comes out to being as wounds at AP 2, let's say. So my 3s go to 5s for all these guys. This guy will have his 4. Normally, you would want to be like, okay, well, it's 2 damage each, so I have to deal with this by 3. So I'd be like, all right, those 3, oh, they all die. So now I'm on him, which means I can do 2 at a time. He's still going, but I can only roll 1 dice. Okay, now he's dead. Now we roll into Ahriman. So much slower. The newer system is to just pick it all up, roll it. And then you kind of organize this as a lowest to highest situation, to my understanding. So it's all 3 rubrics dead is that. Main guy, the 3 health guy, is the next tier of stuff. This kills him. So now we have all of this, which everything in here would be at a 4-up invuln for survival. I mean, he's hella dead at 2 damage each. But that's what would occur in this moment. I'm assuming at this point, I could go, cool, I'm going to command point reroll something and see if I get it. But I think he's only got 6 health anyway, so this would have killed him regardless. But that's kind of how the fast rolling occurs, is lowest to highest on dice rolled in sequence based on the teams you pick. And that does allow for me to be like, oh, okay, as long as I don't pick a character group off the rip, I could, with 2 health attacks, right, like with 2 damage attacks, I could pick the sorcerer group first, right? It doesn't, I think, matter here really all that much, unless I'm rolling like so few attacks or so few saves that I'm like, if I fail 1 of all 3 of these, I don't lose a person. But if I fail 2, I only lose 1 instead of 2. Then that's where your brain needs to start churning the realities. But just the idea of like just dropping hammer and being like, all right, 3 rubrics, rubric squad lead, and then the 3, and then all of this is saved because 4-up invulnerable instead of a 5. Ahriman takes 2 damage. It's so much faster, and it does actually have potential for interesting back and forth depending on what you have access to. If you're familiar with multi-unit squads, and when I say multi-unit squads, I'm not just talking like, oh, a plasma gun and a regular guy. I'm talking like accursed cultists, where there's 2 guys in the squad that are like T5, everyone else is T4. Oh, you're doing T5s because I'm declaring that you're rolling into the T5s. I don't need to put them forward, I don't think. I don't think the T5s need to be first on the list for who I'm going to roll the saves for. But I am going to make you roll into the T5s because they're bodyguard, not character. Like, they're just regular units, not character units. There's a lot that can happen here now that I'm really interested to see the results of. And of course, we're going to have to wait weeks before we see anything. And all I get to do is pray to the gods that when the deck of cards drops, I can get my hands on one. Because if I can, I'll have it the week before I'm going to a tournament where I will need them on hand. Oh my god, man. I am hungry. What's up, Ivan? We are 5.5 hours in, and we just made it through everything in the core book. Double checked everything we were thinking of, looked up other stuff. There's still so many questions. I still don't know what aircraft and hover is really going to do. I don't know what the Helldrakes are going to look like in 11th because they are currently aircraft and hover, and neither of those two things work together anymore. So, oh no. Yeah, I'm hungry. It's 7:00. I have soup in the fridge that I made. It's gonna be delicious. Thank you guys for hanging out. I might do a more explicit video about the rules. Well, explicit's probably the wrong word. I might do a more focused video on how the rules work, a lot of the interactions for 11, things to think about, because there's a lot here. There's a lot of cool stuff. Jack, sexual content. That's how it's gonna work. I think I might take a look at Etsy to see if I can get some terrain pads, and then I might call the store on Wednesday and be like, hey man, what if we showed up with stuff? And we kind of just sort of played in 11th rules. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. It's crazy. Super crazy. There's so much here, man. And a lot of it's the same though. A lot of it's very samey. Jack, our Chaos Spawn will now have to take battle shocks going forward. What's up, Death Krieg? Jesus Christ. I'm about to log out. Everyone's popping in saying hi. Crazy 5.5 hour stream. I found my Instagram. My secret Instagram that I never really post in. These rules are wild. Oh, okay. Sounds good. Sometimes I stream. I try to get videos out once in a while. We're probably going to go hard on streaming this week. Not this week. Maybe the next couple weeks. Because we're preparing for a tournament the week after the rules actually fully drop. So we got a lot going on. Have you looked at the new rules? Anything interesting? Anything stand out to you as crazy? I see Krieg in the name, so I'm assuming indirect rules are making you go like, With your low. Oh, so you just know Krieg. Okay. You're just aware. That's cool. I still love this. Because this is still something people believe in the reverse. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chilling. Thanks for popping in, saying hi. I don't really do lore videos. There's a ton of that on YouTube, but I'm not really a lore smith myself. But yeah, sometimes we hang out, sometimes we stream, sometimes we paint. We have a Discord community, people we chat up in. We just talk about stuff that should be linked in the descriptions and stuff. So if you're interested, check us out. Until next time, guys. Later.